There comes a moment in your journey when the only voice you must listen to is the one within. The world may clamor, others may have opinions, expectations, or judgments, but none of it matters unless it resonates with the truth of your own being. You were not created to be a shadow of someone else's story. You are the author, the speaker, the image maker of your life. And the power to shape that life lies in your focus. What you give your attention to, you give your life to. You must understand this. The outer world reflects the inner state. If you continue to look outward, measuring yourself by others, watching who leaves and who stays, trying to control the uncontrollable tides of people's decisions, you lose the precious force that was meant to be centered in you. Let them go. If they no longer align with your vision, your growth, or your peace, let them go. Not with resentment, not with pain, but with the knowing that every exit is an entrance into a deeper version of your own awareness. The moment you shift your focus inward, the moment you stop chasing, explaining, or proving, you begin to create. Your reality responds not to your effort to manipulate the outer world, but to your inner acceptance of who you are and what you claim as true. When you hold your attention on your desire and live in the end of its fulfillment, you are no longer dependent on who walked away, who misunderstood you, or who failed to see your worth. You are seeing yourself clearly, and that vision is enough. The world is a mirror. It cannot reflect anything that you do not first accept within yourself. If chaos appears, it is only revealing chaos within. If rejection arises, it simply echoes the part of you that still questions your own value. Focus on yourself, not with selfishness, but with sacred responsibility. You are the operant power. When you withdraw your attention from what others do, say, or think, and return that attention to your inner reality, you begin to move mountains. Every time you shift your gaze from what they did to how you now feel, from who left to who you are becoming, you reclaim your power. There is no freedom in watching the rearview mirror. All of your energy belongs to the now, to the unseen, to the imagined scene that you dwell in privately. That is where true change begins. Not in their apology, not in their approval, not in their return, but in your decision to honor the divine within you. Let them go. Let them be who they are without needing to fix, convince, or carry them. You were never meant to sacrifice your becoming for the comfort of another's expectations. Some connections are seasonal. Some departures are sacred. Some endings are beginnings in disguise. The truth is, the more you focus on who you are and what you are here to express, the more your life reshapes itself to match your inner world. So bless the exit. Release the memory. Drop the need to be understood. Focus on yourself, not from fear but from truth, not from pride but from power. Give yourself permission to live in the state of your ideal, to feel it real, to assume it now. You are not waiting on anyone. You are not bound by the decisions of others. You are free to create, free to feel, free to be. Do not chase shadows. Do not replay old scenes, hoping for a different outcome. Dwell in the fulfillment of your desire as if it is already yours, because it is. In the invisible, everything is already done. The only thing that changes your world is your awareness of being. So let your awareness rest in what you choose to be. Let your focus return again and again to the truth of your inner world. And as you do, all that no longer belongs will fall away without force. All that is truly yours will be drawn in by the magnet of your focused imagination. In the silence of your own mind, you hold dominion. In the stillness of your inner conversation, you create your tomorrow. So stay there, rest there, focus there, and let the rest go. Let them go. Let the memories fade, let the attachments dissolve, and let the need to be validated by anyone outside yourself be completely released. You were not born to carry the weight of other people's decisions. You are not here to question your worth based on someone else's blindness. You are not here to convince someone to stay, to see you, to choose you. You are here to choose yourself, to see yourself clearly, to remain loyal to the vision you hold deep within. And what is this vision? It is the truth that you are whole. You are already complete, already loved, already enough. The moment you decide to identify with this truth, you are no longer shaken by who goes or who stays. You are no longer moved by the winds of external opinion. You are rooted in the unseen reality you carry within, unshakable, invisible, yet absolutely real. That is the power of attention. Whatever you withdraw your attention from loses its hold over you. Whatever you give your attention to multiplies and becomes flesh in your world. There is no need to resist what leaves. Resistance is energy wasted on illusion. When you resist, you empower the very thing you wish to escape. But when you let go, when you release your grip on the external and return to the stillness of your own mind, the whole world begins to bend to your state of being. Let them go. You are not losing anything. You are remembering who you are. And in that remembrance, the things, people, and situations that no longer resonate will fall away naturally, like leaves in autumn. No force, no struggle. Just surrender to the truth that you no longer need to participate in what does not honor your becoming. The old story of rejection, of betrayal, of abandonment was never your truth. It was a passing shadow, the echo of forgotten thoughts, beliefs picked up unconsciously and played out on the screen of your life. But now you know, now you see. You are the awareness that observes, selects, and assumes. And what you assume, you become. What you dwell upon in thought, you embody in form. So why spend another moment rehearsing what hurt you? Why rehearse scenes of rejection when you can enter into the atmosphere of your fulfillment? You are not required to explain your growth. You do not owe your peace to anyone who thrives on your disturbance. And you are under no obligation to hold on to anything that diminishes your light. Focus on yourself, not in self-absorption, but in sacred alignment. Center your being around the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Close your eyes and live from that place. Speak from that place. Move from that place. Think from that place. And the world, though it may appear unchanged, will begin to mirror back your new state of being. Every change you seek begins within. And every person you lose is simply the reflection of an old state that no longer matches your inner vibration. They are not enemies. They are not mistakes. They are messengers. Their exit is confirmation that the inner shift has occurred. Don't grieve what was removed by the law of your own consciousness. Celebrate the clearing. Honor the new space it has created. You are making room for what belongs. And what belongs will find you, not because you chased it, but because you became it. Your only work is to remain loyal to your inner world. Do not betray yourself for the sake of being accepted. Do not abandon your own growth just to be understood by someone who is not ready to see. You cannot force others to rise to your level of awareness. You cannot hold them in your reality if they are committed to a different version of you. That is not your responsibility. Your responsibility is to persist in your assumption, to dwell in your ideal, and to maintain the feeling of already having what you desire, regardless of appearances. The world will test your focus. It will tempt you to react, to return to the old self, to lower your standards in order to fit into places you've outgrown. But you must remember your reality is not shaped by reaction. It is shaped by conscious attention. You become what you observe internally. You merge with what you repeatedly accept as true. So ask yourself, what are you accepting right now? What identity are you claiming in the silence of your thoughts? What inner conversations are you entertaining? Are they aligned with your vision, or are they rooted in fear, in doubt, in unworthiness? You cannot hold two identities at once. You cannot be the creator and the victim. You must choose. Either you dwell in the state of being chosen, loved, prosperous, free, or you remain trapped in the illusion that you are at the mercy of others. The choice is always yours. And that is the true freedom. You get to decide what is real. The moment you claim a new identity, the world begins to rearrange itself to reflect it. But it begins in you, not in their apology, not in their return, not in external evidence. It begins when you say, "This is who I am now," and persist in that knowing until it hardens into fact. And yes, people may fall away. Yes, some may misunderstand your silence, your boundaries, your elevation. Let them. You are not here to be understood. You are here to remember your divine power and to live from it unapologetically. If you must walk alone for a while, walk with confidence. The crowd will catch up when your frequency becomes undeniable. But for now, let your solitude be sacred. Let it be a sanctuary where you mold your inner world, where you imagine freely, where you no longer wait for permission to thrive. Focus is creation. Whatever you consistently attend to with feeling will become part of your world. So guard your focus. Do not waste it on things you cannot control. Do not dilute it by scattering it across 1,000 opinions. Let it be singular, firm, anchored in the state of already having. Every time you revisit the memory of being left, being hurt, being overlooked, you reactivate that state, and life will mirror it back to you again. But the moment you shift, the moment you occupy the state of being loved, chosen, successful, peaceful, life must respond in kind. There are no exceptions to this law. You are not waiting on anything but your own alignment. The doors are not locked. The path is not hidden. The people, the opportunities, the resources, they are all standing by, awaiting your assumption. But you must stop looking back. You must stop assigning power to anyone outside of you. You must stop waiting for closure, for justice, for acknowledgement. None of those things are required to move forward. All that is required is your decision to no longer dwell in the past. Let them go. Let the story go. Let the attachment to what should have been go. You are not here to repeat cycles. You are here to ascend, to create, to expand. And every person who exits is simply making room for the next chapter of your evolution. Thank them in your heart. Release them in your mind. And return again to your vision. See it, feel it, occupy it. Not just in moments of quiet meditation, but throughout the day, in your thoughts, your reactions, your self-talk. Make your ideal state your dwelling place, and watch as the outer world bends to match it. There is no need to rush, no need to force. Creation is finished. The state already exists. Your only work is to enter it and remain there. You are not becoming, you are revealing. You are not chasing, you are aligning. You are not lacking, you are remembering. And the more you remember your true identity, the less concerned you become with who stays or who goes. You realize that no one defines your worth. No one gives you purpose. No one has power over your peace unless you give it to them. So take it back. Take your attention back. Take your imagination back. Take your self-concept back. You do not need to be healed by their return or validated by their acceptance. You are healed when you see yourself as whole again. You are free the moment you stop reacting. You are powerful the moment you focus entirely on your desired state and refuse to entertain anything less. The world changes when you do. The people change when you do. The circumstances shift. Not because of force, but because you have assumed a new role in the play. You have changed the script, and all the characters must now respond to the new identity you wear. Do not concern yourself with how this happens. That is not your domain. Your domain is awareness. Feel it real. Stay loyal to the unseen. Persist in your assumption. And above all, focus on yourself and let them go. There is no betrayal in choosing yourself. There is no guilt in walking away from what no longer honors your growth. And there is no weakness in letting go of what was built on fear, doubt, or misalignment. You were not created to live beneath your vision. You were not born to remain entangled in situations that deny your light. The law of life is simple. What you focus on expands, and what you assume you become. So if your focus is still on who hurt you, who left you, who didn't see your worth, then your life will continue to reflect that echo. But there's another path, a higher way, a deeper truth. And that truth says you are free, free to release, free to rise, free to imagine something new. Nothing binds you except your attention. Nothing holds you back except your inner consent to stay small. So withdraw your consent. Reclaim your vision. Stop waiting for closure, for apology, for reconciliation. Let your wholeness be your closure. Let your peace be your revenge. Let your joy be your evidence that you are no longer entangled in anything that kept you beneath your potential. The world moves on rhythm, on unseen currents, on laws that never fail. And one of those laws is this: your inner state attracts its outer counterpart. You cannot hold yourself in a state of loss and expect gain. You cannot dwell in lack and call forth abundance. You cannot live in the energy of rejection and still expect to feel chosen. You must change the state. You must enter into the atmosphere of your desire and make it your dwelling place. That is the work, not chasing, not persuading, not fixing others, but assuming the truth that what is meant for you cannot miss you when you are in alignment with it. Let them go. Let them talk. Let them misunderstand you. The path of transformation is often lonely at first, but loneliness is not a punishment. It is preparation. It is a season where you are stripped of the noise, so you can finally hear the whisper of your own soul. And in that silence, in that sacred stillness, you begin to remember who you truly are, not the version molded by trauma or shaped by others' expectations, but the original self, pure, powerful, divine. And from that place, your focus becomes your weapon, your wand, your compass. You no longer invest your energy in what is left. You no longer replay old scenarios, hoping they turn out differently. You no longer beg the past to fix itself. Instead, you create anew. You lift your eyes from what was and begin to see what can be. And what you see, what you feel, what you embody internally, must externalize. It is law. It is certain. So don't break your own heart by staring at closed doors. Don't poison your future by feeding on the pain of yesterday. Every moment you focus on lack, you breathe life into it. Every time you affirm your abandonment, you renew its power. But every time you say no more, every time you redirect your focus back to the desired state, you rewrite the script. And the more you do it, the easier it becomes. You are not required to fix anything outside yourself. That is not where change begins. Change begins in the unseen, the inner conversations, the silent assumptions, the mental images you replay in the quiet of your heart. That is where your true life is born. And if you will honor that inner world, if you will take it as seriously as the physical world, you will begin to see miracles unfold, not because life suddenly favored you, but because you finally aligned with who you really are. The people who walked away, the situations that crumbled, the relationships that broke apart, none of them were accidents. They were answers. Answers to your silent request for growth, for freedom, for alignment. Sometimes the way is made clear through subtraction. Sometimes the path only opens once certain weights are removed. And though it hurts in the moment, when you look back from the mountaintop, you will realize the valley was necessary. The loss was liberation. The detour was divine. So stop holding on to what no longer fits. Stop romanticizing what was never rooted in truth. Stop editing yourself to be loved. You do not need to shrink to be accepted. You do not need to perform to be chosen. You only need to be fully, authentically, powerfully. And when you do, what is meant for you will recognize you without effort. It will be drawn to the frequency you now carry. You won't need to chase or strive or beg. You will simply receive, but you cannot receive with clenched fists. You cannot receive while still gripping the past. You must open your hands. You must release the old identity, the version of you that was attached, desperate, waiting. That version cannot walk into the new season. That version cannot carry the vision. Let it die. Let the morning come. Let the silence settle, and then begin again. Not as a victim of the past, but as a creator of the present. Every thought you think is a seed. Every feeling you entertain waters that seed. And eventually it bears fruit. So if your life is filled with pain, go back to the garden of your mind. What are you planting there? What images are you allowing to grow? You cannot think thoughts of rejection and expect a harvest of love. You cannot dwell in fear and expect peace. You must become ruthless with your inner world. You must guard your mind like sacred ground, because it is. Focus on yourself, not as an act of selfishness, but as an act of stewardship. You are stewarding your own energy, your own purpose, your own assignment. And you cannot fulfill that purpose while distracted by who did what to you. You cannot ascend while clinging to resentment. You cannot create while constantly revisiting destruction. Your destiny is too valuable to waste on bitterness. Let them go, not because they were wrong or you were right, but because you are choosing alignment over attachment. You are choosing vision over validation. You are choosing creation over comparison. And you are choosing peace over pain. Not everyone will understand this choice. Not everyone will celebrate your shift. Some will resist it. Some will criticize it. Some will try to pull you back into the old version of yourself. Let them. Their opinion is not your prison. You owe them nothing but silent detachment. Your only obligation is to the life you were sent here to live. And that life requires your focus. That life demands your imagination. that life will not manifest in a distracted mind. You must be deliberate. You must be disciplined. You must choose, moment by moment, to dwell in the end, to think from the place of already having, to feel the joy, the freedom, the abundance of your fulfilled desire, as if it were your current experience, because it is, in consciousness, it already exists. You are not trying to make it happen. You are simply allowing it to unfold through your assumption. And this is the final truth. Nothing is denied you except by your own attention to its absence. When you remove your attention from the absence and place it on the presence, the shift begins. It may not appear immediately. It may not come in the form you expected, but it will come. It must, because life is obedient to your dominant state. Life is a faithful mirror. It cannot lie. So step out of the shadow of what was. Step into the light of what is becoming. Let the past fall silent. Let the old stories grow cold. And let your imagination catch fire with what is possible. That is where your focus belongs. Not on them, not on what left, not on who couldn't stay, but on yourself, your vision, your future. There is nothing selfish about choosing your healing. There is nothing unkind about letting go of what was. There is only truth, and the truth is this: your world begins and ends with you. Focus on yourself and let them go. The world you experience is not separate from you. It is not some independent force acting upon you from the outside. It is your reflection, the echo of your inner state. Everything begins with your self-concept, your assumptions, your dominant thoughts. The people who appear, the circumstances that unfold, the relationships that form or dissolve, they are not accidents, nor are they random. They are drawn to you by the magnet of your inner state. You are the center. You are the cause. And when you truly accept that, you realize how sacred your focus is. You begin to guard it with reverence. You begin to understand that what you give your attention to, you give life to. So when someone walks away, when something crumbles, when a chapter ends, your reaction is no longer grief or panic or confusion, it is clarity. You understand that what is left was no longer aligned with the state you are entering. You understand that loss is often the language of transformation. You no longer see endings as punishment. You recognize them as invitations, opportunities to focus more fully on yourself, to return your power inward, to claim your rightful place as the creator of your experience. You cannot focus on becoming and hold on to what was. You cannot move forward while gripping the past. You cannot rise while looking backward. The version of you that attracted those experiences has fulfilled its part. There is no need to condemn it. There is no need to relive its lessons. Simply thank it, release it, and step into the new. Let your vision be greater than your memory. Let your imagination speak louder than your fear. Focus on yourself, not in ego but in embodiment. Embody the version of you who already has what you desire. How would that version think? Speak, move, react, begin to live from that place. Not later, not when circumstances change, but now. And as you do, everything that does not belong to that state will naturally fall away. You won't need to force it. You won't need to struggle. It will simply dissolve because it no longer has a home in your new vibration. This is the law. It is always working, you are always in a state, and that state is always outpicturing itself as your world. So become more interested in your inner world than the outer conditions. Become more curious about your assumptions than about other people's behaviors. Become more invested in your self-concept than in anyone's opinion. Your self-concept is the seed, and your world is the fruit. If you want to change the fruit, you must change the seed. And changing the seed means shifting your focus. It means releasing the mental habits that keep you locked in cycles of disappointment. It means refusing to replay conversations that make you feel small. It means interrupting thoughts of lack, abandonment, and unworthiness and replacing them with visions of joy, love, and success. It means taking back control of your imagination and using it consciously. You must become a master of your inner conversations. What are you telling yourself all day long? Are you reinforcing the old story, or are you speaking as the version of you who already has what they desire? This is not fantasy. This is the only reality that matters. The inner world is the cause. If you get that right, the outer must follow. It has no choice. It is law. So when people leave, when things shift, When the familiar disappears, do not panic. Stay anchored in the truth. Stay loyal to your vision. You are not losing anything. You are being restructured. You are being prepared. You are being aligned with what you have asked for. And often that alignment requires a shedding, a releasing, a letting go. Let it be gentle. Let it be peaceful. Let it be sacred. There is no need to explain your process to anyone. There is no need to justify your focus. Let others misunderstand if they must. Let them project their own fear, their own doubts. That has nothing to do with you. Your only work is to persist in the assumption of your desired state. Your only work is to live in the end, not from force, but from faith. Faith in the unseen. Faith in the power of imagination. Faith in the divine design unfolding perfectly in your favor. You do not need to defend yourself. You do not need to react. Reaction is bondage. Reaction is distraction. Stay in creation. Stay in the knowing that your inner world is sovereign, and no one can disrupt it unless you give them permission. Withdraw that permission. Take your focus off of them, and place it firmly on the version of you who is whole, loved, confident, and complete. And remember this: love does not require chasing. Peace does not require compromise. Abundance does not require struggle. All these things are already yours. When you embody the state where they exist, you do not earn them. You allow them. You align with them. And that alignment begins with focus. Let your focus become your prayer. Let your inner conversations become your sanctuary. Let your imagination become your source. What you see on the screen of your mind is far more powerful than what you see with your eyes. Train your mind to dwell only on what you wish to experience. Make no room for the old story. Make no space for the lies of limitation. The more you focus on your desired state, the more your mind accepts it as natural. And once it feels natural, it becomes inevitable. You are not waiting for the world to change. You are changing, and the world is catching up. You are shifting, and everything is rearranging. You are choosing, and the universe is responding. So choose wisely. Choose deliberately. Choose with the awareness that you are the operant power. Nothing is happening to you. It is all happening through you. Let the old identity die quietly. Let the roles you played in other people's stories come to an end. You no longer need to be the fixer, the pleaser, the chaser, the victim. You are the creator. You are the dreamer. You are the one who gets to say, "This is who I am now," and watch the entire world conform to that new declaration. Do not fear the emptiness that comes with letting go. That emptiness is not void. It is potential. It is the fertile soil where new manifestations will bloom. Do not rush to fill it with noise or distractions. Let it be. Let it speak. Let it show you what you've been too busy to feel. And then from that stillness, plant the seeds of your new reality. Every assumption is a seed. Every assumption is a creative act. What are you assuming about yourself, about life, about love, about your future? Your assumptions are prophecies. They are the blueprint from which your world is built. So assume wisely. Assume generously. Assume with love. You no longer have time to entertain what drains you. You no longer have space for what dims you. Your life is too valuable. Your vision is too clear. Your destiny is too great. Focus on yourself. Not because you don't care about others, but because you finally care enough to become all that you were meant to be. And as you do, as you make that internal shift, the external world begins to mirror it. The people who belong will remain. The opportunities that match your new frequency will arrive. The clarity you've been seeking will emerge. And none of it will feel forced. It will feel natural. It will feel inevitable. Because it will be flowing from who you now are, not from effort, but from embodiment. So hold the vision. Hold the state. Be unwavering. Be still. Be faithful to what you know deep within, that you are already it. You are already whole. You are already chosen. You are already the one. Let that be your inner truth, and let the world reflect it in due time. Until then, stay focused on yourself, and let everything else go. The more you turn inward, the clearer it becomes that nothing outside of you truly holds the power to shape your destiny. What you once believed to be obstacles, people leaving, doors closing, silence where once there was noise, these are not signs of loss, but invitations to rise in awareness, in dignity, in spiritual authority. Life is not happening to you, It is responding to you. It is echoing the dominant tone of your inner world, the silent truths you repeat to yourself when no one is watching. So now you begin to understand the sacredness of separation, the gift in the goodbye, the clarity born out of solitude. You were never abandoned, you were being led. Led back to yourself, led back to the origin, to the only source of true power, your consciousness. You do not need to chase, to plead, to beg for recognition. Recognition arises from embodiment. When you become the version of you who already has, who already is, who already knows, the world recognizes you as such. It has no choice. The illusion is that your peace depends on their presence. The illusion is that your joy depends on their return. The illusion is that your wholeness is tied to their validation. But the moment you focus inward, deeply, intentionally, repeatedly, that illusion dissolves. You see clearly. You see that all you ever needed was already within. And once that becomes your truth, your world begins to reflect the harmony you've discovered. Others may not understand this shift. They may call you distant, cold, or selfish. But you are not here to be understood by the unaware. You are here to remember the truth, to stand in it boldly and to live it without apology. Let them think what they will. Let them talk. Your silence is not emptiness. It is power. You are no longer reactive. You are responsive only to the call within. That call which speaks not in panic but in peace. Not in noise but in knowing. And from this knowing, everything changes. The same world that once triggered you, that once left you anxious or chasing or needing, now becomes still. You see others clearly, not as saviors or threats or sources of identity, but as reflections of your past assumptions. You no longer fight them, you no longer need to correct them. You simply release them. Some will leave because they no longer match the vibration you now carry. Let them. Do not cling. Clinging only keeps you tied to the version of you that no longer exists. Do not mourn what you've outgrown. Celebrate it. You are expanding. You are entering into a greater version of self. And with that expansion comes refinement of relationships, of habits, of environments. You no longer fit where you once belonged because you have remembered that you were never meant to belong in limitation. You were meant to walk in freedom. Freedom of thought, freedom of thought, freedom of feeling, freedom of creation. There is no longer any need to explain yourself. There is no need to defend your decision to go inward. You are no longer seeking approval. You are no longer asking for permission to rise. Your focus is your prayer now, and every time you return to it, every time you anchor yourself in your chosen state of being, you build a new world, quietly, powerfully, unshakably. What seemed impossible before begins to feel natural now. Not because the world changed, but because you did. You are no longer trying to create from force. You are living from knowing. Knowing that what you desire is already yours, already done, already waiting for your embodiment. This knowing allows you to rest. It allows you to release the constant tension of waiting. You stop looking for signs. You stop watching the clock. You stop begging time to move faster. You trust the unseen to arrange itself perfectly in your favor. You do not rush divine timing. You do not interrupt the process by checking constantly to see if it's working. You simply remain faithful to your new identity. You carry it like a secret treasure. Not everyone needs to know. Not everyone will see it yet. That's okay. The world catches up. But you must not drop your focus to match their doubt. You must stay elevated even when you're misunderstood. That is your test and your triumph. It becomes less about proving and more about being. Less about performing and more about receiving. Less about explaining and more about existing in the quiet, unshakable certainty that you are already it. You are no longer reacting to the old reality. You are creating a new one by assuming the feeling of your desire fulfilled and refusing to let it go. This is the power of focus. It is not effort in the physical sense. It is effortless because it flows from clarity. You no longer waste energy on questions that keep you bound. Why did they leave? Why don't they see me? What did I do wrong? These are the questions of the old self. The new self knows there is no loss in letting go. The new self trusts that everything removed was removed to make space for something better aligned with your new frequency. So you no longer mourn what has shifted. You observe it with neutrality. You bless it and release it. You understand the wisdom in the removal. You see that the absence created space for something greater. You no longer see life through the lens of abandonment, but through the lens of ascension. And in this space of ascension, your inner world becomes your sanctuary. You don't need to escape it anymore. You no longer run to distractions, to noise, to the opinions of others. You sit with yourself. You imagine vividly. You feel deliberately. You affirm consistently. And this inner practice becomes your lifestyle. Not a ritual, not a routine, but a way of being. You live from the end. You think from the place of your fulfilled desire. You walk as if it were already done. And because you do, the old world no longer holds you. The grip of the past weakens. The emotional charge of the former version fades. You feel lighter. Not because the world got easier, but because you stopped carrying the weight of what doesn't belong to you anymore. You stopped entertaining the idea that you need to be chosen by others to be complete. You stopped believing that love must come from outside. You found it within, and now you carry it everywhere you go. This love is quiet, yet powerful. It does not boast. It does not beg. It simply is. It flows through you because you no longer block it with doubt. You've accepted that you are worthy, worthy of peace, worthy of abundance, worthy of joy, worthy of love. Worthy not because of anything you do, but because of who you are. You are already the one. You do not need to earn what is already yours. You only need to receive it. And receiving happens when you stop resisting. So let go of the resistance. Let go of the mental chatter that says you must fix what's broken. Let go of the temptation to revisit the pain. Let go of the idea that you must hold on to everyone who ever meant something to you. If they are meant for the new version of you, they will remain. If they are not, they will drift. Let them. Your only task is to remain in your state. The state of being that aligns with your chosen reality. The state that feels like peace, like joy, like power, not because something happened, but because you decided to feel it now. And that decision, made repeatedly, becomes your atmosphere, your aura, your magnetic field. Others begin to sense the shift, not because you told them, but because you became it. You became the embodiment of your desire, and embodiment cannot be faked. It cannot be masked. It is felt. It is seen. It radiates. You don't need to chase what already belongs to you. You simply align with it and it finds you. It shows up. It manifests, not as a reward, but as a reflection. You do not need to be patient in the way the world teaches patience. You need only to remain faithful, to hold the tone, to keep your inner world rich, alive, and full of the feeling that your prayer has already been answered. Because it has. The moment you assumed it, the moment you felt it real, the moment you believed it in your inner world, it was done. And everything since then has simply been the unfolding of that assumption. So don't look to the outside for confirmation. Let the confirmation be internal. Let your feelings confirm it. Let your reactions or lack of reaction confirm it. Let your peace confirm it. And let your focus remain unwavering. There is no need to convince anyone of your vision. There is no need to explain why you are no longer the same. Growth speaks for itself. Expansion cannot be hidden. And those who are meant to walk with you will recognize it. Those who don't were never truly aligned. And that is okay. Their exit does not hinder your rise. It clears the path. It opens the way. It blesses you in disguise. So walk forward. Not in anger. Not in regret. Not in bitterness. But in quiet, sacred certainty. The kind of certainty that comes when you've seen the truth within and refuse to turn away from it. And as you continue to walk in this inner freedom, the silence that once felt like abandonment becomes your teacher. The space that once felt empty becomes fertile with possibility. And the loneliness that once stung now turns into clarity, strength, and stillness. You come to see that letting go was not a loss. It was a gain, a clearing of clutter that made space for truth. You were not being punished when they left. You were being positioned. You were being carved into the shape of the person who could carry the weight of the blessing already assigned to you. You no longer see your reflection through the broken mirrors of other people's opinions. You no longer accept someone else's inability to recognize your value as evidence that you have none. You no longer attach your worth to fleeting affection or scattered attention. You anchor your worth in the truth you carry within. And because of this, you move through life differently. You speak differently. You walk into rooms without shrinking. You no longer tolerate environments that force you to beg for the very things you were born to embody: peace, joy, love, abundance. The shift is internal first. The shift is subtle, but soon everything around you begins to change. Not because you tried to manipulate it, but because you became different. You became someone who no longer needs to rehearse the pain to feel alive. You became someone who no longer needs to carry resentment to feel strong. You became someone who no longer waits for closure from the people who caused the wound. You gave yourself that closure. You released them. And in doing so, you released yourself. You are no longer trying to build bridges where there are no foundations. You are no longer dimming your light so others don't feel uncomfortable. You are no longer justifying your intuition. You have made peace with not being chosen by those who do not yet know how to recognize what is sacred. You no longer argue with what leaves. You trust that if it goes, it no longer belongs to the state you've entered. And the more you let go, the more you focus on what you're becoming. You understand that what is ahead is greater than what is behind, and you no longer need to entertain what once held you back. You no longer resist the divine reordering. You no longer run back to old patterns just because they are familiar. Familiarity is not safety. Repetition is not destiny. You are choosing the unknown not out of recklessness, but out of wisdom. You know now that the path opens not by certainty but by assumption, by faith, by feeling the end is real and living from it. Your inner conversations begin to shift. Where you once spoke fear, you now speak power. Where you once imagined rejection, you now imagine celebration. Where you once assumed failure, you now assume fulfillment. These assumptions are not wishful thinking. They are creation. They are how you form the structure of your next reality. You are no longer guessing at life, you are designing it. And the blueprint is drawn in thought, in feeling, in silent belief. There is no one to blame anymore. The blame dissolves as awareness deepens. They did what they knew, they saw what they could. But that was their state, not yours. And you are no longer a prisoner of their state. You have moved, you have elevated, and with elevation comes a shift in visibility. Some can no longer see you, not because you've disappeared, but because you now exist at a frequency they do not reach. And that's okay. Your growth is not a betrayal. Your detachment is not cruelty. It is sacred. It is necessary. As you continue to embody the version of you that has already arrived at the destination, you stop asking for permission to feel good. You stop delaying your joy until conditions change. You choose joy now, not because everything looks perfect, but because you've decided to live from the unseen. You've decided that your inner world is the source, and therefore you are always free to dwell in any state you choose. This is not escape, it is mastery. And mastery means discipline. The discipline to return to the vision no matter what the world shows you. The discipline to remain in your chosen state even when the outer world tries to pull you back into the old story. The discipline to let go again and again, not just once. Every day you release. You release the urge to control, the temptation to doubt, the habit of waiting for the old to fix itself. You do not wait anymore. You create. You imagine, you assume. You do not curse the delay. You understand that delay is illusion. In the unseen, it is already done. You do not need to beg life to hurry. You only need to remain in the state where it is already yours. From that place there is no resistance. From that place manifestation becomes movement. Movement of what you already possess in imagination, arriving in form. There is no anxiety here, only knowing. There is no fear here, only clarity. You stop revisiting wounds just to feel connected to who you were. You stop labeling yourself by what others called you. You stop performing the old character in the play that you've outgrown. You are writing a new script now, and in this script you are the one who chooses, the one who assumes, the one who holds the vision long enough for the world to catch up, the one who no longer begs life to prove your worth because you have made that decision yourself. What they couldn't see was never the issue. What you couldn't see about yourself was. And now that you see, now that you know, now that you've remembered, you are no longer chasing anything. You are no longer arguing with the past or negotiating with the temporary. You are rooted. You are still. You are available only to the experiences that match the state you've claimed. And the more you dwell in that state, the more your world bends. Not all at once. Sometimes gradually, but always surely. You begin to notice little shifts. The way people speak to you, the way opportunities appear, the way time stretches and contracts around your assumptions. You realize you are not subject to life's randomness. You are not waiting for luck. You are not trying to be in the right place at the right time. You carry the right place within you, and time bends to the frequency of your assumption. You stop trying to control outcomes. You focus only on the inner experience. You nurture the feeling of already having, and that inner atmosphere begins to radiate outward, attracting only what matches it. You're not acting for show. You're not pretending. You are genuinely living from the truth of your imagination. And because it is felt as real, the outer world confirms it. It always does. It always must. You stop seeing yourself as broken or waiting to be fixed. You stop seeing yourself as someone who needs to prove or strive or earn. You simply are whole, worthy, enough. And from that place of sufficiency, everything flows. You don't seek the next thing to validate your becoming. You create because it is natural, because it is joyful, because it is who you are. You stop questioning the silence. You stop fearing the unknown. You understand that what feels like waiting is often weaving a quiet reordering of the fabric of your life. And as you continue to hold the vision, as you continue to let go of all that is not in harmony with it, the details begin to fill in. The picture becomes clearer. And what once felt distant begins to feel inevitable. Not because you forced it, not because you begged for it, but because you aligned, because you assumed, because you were bold enough to focus on yourself and let everything else take its rightful place. And as the old reality continues to fade, as the former attachments continue to dissolve, you do not grieve like you once did. You understand now. You know what's happening. You are no longer walking in circles. You are rising in spirals. You are no longer trapped in cycles. You are stepping into alignment. You are no longer waiting for others to come around. You are walking forward, eyes fixed on the unseen, heart anchored in the end. You've already claimed. You've remembered the truth. Your reality begins with you, not with them, not with what they said or did, not with who stayed or who left, but with your inner world. That's where the power has always been. That's where the story changes. That's where the transformation begins. And now, you've chosen to live from that place, deliberately, consistently, joyfully. So you no longer look back. You no longer reach for what is no longer reaching for you. You focus. You imagine, you assume, you persist, and in that persistence, the world rearranges, slowly, then suddenly, quietly, then obviously. Not by chance, but by law. Not by effort, but by embodiment. You've stopped looking for them. You found you, and that was always the point. You no longer stand in the ruins of what was, trying to rebuild from old bricks. You have laid a new foundation, invisible to the world, but unshakable to you. Each moment you choose to return to your center, you add to this foundation. Each time you refuse to be moved by appearances, you rise a little higher. You do not seek to persuade others to see your worth. You live it. You do not chase closure. You create peace. You do not perform wholeness to be accepted. You embody it because you've remembered that you already are. This shift is not loud. It does not demand validation. It is quiet, like dawn. It grows in stillness. And yet it is more powerful than any noise the world could make. You are no longer at war with what is not. You are in harmony with what is already yours. You do not pray as if begging. You commune as one who knows. You do not visualize to escape reality. You feel the unseen as the true reality, knowing that the outer must reflect the inner in due time. You understand now that reality is not fixed, it is fluid, and your state is the mold. So you tend to your state with devotion. You wake up and dwell in the feeling of peace before the day gives you reasons. You enter into the joy of success before it shows up in the account. You walk in love before anyone says the words. You forgive in advance. You release in advance. You bless in advance. Not because the world has earned it, but because your inner world is sovereign. You are not reacting anymore. You are selecting. You are choosing. You are assuming. You are radiating. And in this selection, you begin to notice the way people shift around you. Some fall away, not because you rejected them, but because your vibration no longer resonates with their frequency. Others appear, not because you went out searching, but because they were always aligned with your chosen state. You learn not to cling to either. You bless the entrance and the exit equally. For both are teachers, both are mirrors, and yet neither defines you. You are no longer shaped by the shifting winds of others. You are the weather now. You are the climate of your reality. Your inner speech begins to change. The way you talk to yourself becomes sacred. No longer cursing yourself for past mistakes. No longer rehearsing failure like a mantra. Instead, you affirm with calm certainty. You walk through the corridors of your mind speaking life. You remind yourself of the vision. You remind yourself of your identity. You nurture the assumption of already having, already being, already dwelling in your chosen state. And that assumption becomes your atmosphere. You do not seek revenge on those who misunderstood you. You do not chase after apologies never given. You do not stalk the shadows for signs of redemption. You are not trying to win them back. You are winning yourself back. You are not waiting for someone to make it right. You are being made whole by your own awareness. That is the miracle. Not that they changed, but that you did. Not that they saw the light, but that you became it. And the light you carry now is not pride. It is power, quiet power, steady power. The power of one who no longer flinches at rejection or panics at delay. You are settled in truth. You are calm in storms. You are clear in vision. And because of that, your steps are guided, not by force or fear, but by faith and feeling. There is a clarity now, a knowing, that cannot be explained to those still attached to appearances. You no longer try. You do not waste breath convincing anyone of your transformation. You simply live it. And in that living, those with eyes to see will see. Those with hearts to feel will feel. But even if they don't, it is well. For you have chosen to be loyal to your vision, not their opinion. The silence that once frightened you now feels like sanctuary. The stillness that once felt empty now pulses with creative power. You are no longer addicted to noise, to constant motion, to endless striving. You are rooted. You are being. You are allowing. You are imagining. And in imagination, you find your authority. For there, in the unseen, you rearrange your entire life. Not with struggle, not with toil, but with awareness, with assumption, with surrender to the truth that what you feel deeply, consistently, and lovingly within must take shape without. It is promise. It is done. So you no longer fight the delay. You bless it. You bless the space between the seed and the bloom. You bless the silence between the prayer and the proof. You bless the moment before the manifestation, not because it is comfortable, but because you know it is fertile. You know it is sacred. You know that something is forming. Even if unseen, you trust the unseen now more than you trust the visible. You lean into the invisible now more than you lean on what is. You live from the end, not towards it. This shift in posture changes everything. No longer striving, you are receiving. No longer chasing, you are attracting. No longer proving, you are resting. And in that rest, creation happens. Ideas drop in, people show up, paths clear. The effort you used to waste on worry is now invested in vision. The energy you used to waste on attachment is now freed for creativity, clarity, and calm. You are no longer a visitor to peace. You live there now. You do not visit joy like a stranger. You wear it like a skin. You are no longer auditioning for the life you want. You are rehearsing it in consciousness until the outer reflects the inner rehearsal. Even the memories that once hurt you begin to lose their grip. Not because you forgot, but because you've redefined them. You no longer use the past as evidence of limitation. You use it as fuel, proof that even then you survived. Even then you grew. Even then something higher was being born through you. You do not carry resentment into the new. You travel light now, light in thought, light in heart, light in energy. You release them, not because they deserve release, but because you deserve peace. You let them go, not because they were right, but because you are ready, ready for more. ready for freedom, ready for alignment, ready for joy without conditions, peace without permission, and love without limits. This is not about ego. It is not about being above anyone. It is about being above the patterns that once kept you stuck. It is about rising into who you've always been, beneath the noise, the fear, the trauma, the attachment. And from that place, everything changes. You begin to attract new conversations, new connections, new clarity, not by force, but by frequency. You begin to move through life like one who knows their worth. Not because someone told you, but because you told yourself, because you believed it, because you assumed it. And now the world has no choice but to agree. You stop asking for signs. You become the sign. You stop waiting for confirmations. You live in the confirmation of the state you've chosen. You stop explaining yourself. You embody yourself. You stop chasing alignment. You are alignment. And so the journey continues, not as a striving, but as an unfolding. Not as a fight, but as a flow. You have released what no longer serves. And in that release, you have made space. Space for the real, space for the true, space for the beautiful, the sacred, the already done. You are no longer seeking outward what can only be built inward. You are no longer dependent on the external world to prove to you who you are. You know, you remember, you imagine, you assume, you persist, and the unseen bends to the seen. The imagined becomes form, the inner becomes the outer, and you do not need anyone else to understand it. You are not here to convince. You are here to live, to walk in the fullness of what you've chosen, to experience the power of the inner state made manifest, to be the evidence of what happens when you stop focusing on them and start focusing on you. And as you walk forward in this light, unburdened by the need to look back, the world rearranges itself to fit the image you hold within. You are no longer startled by the sudden shifts, by the doors that close, by the voices that fall silent, by the absence of those who once held your hand. You understand now that all exits are entrances in disguise, that every perceived loss is an opening for a greater alignment. There is no bitterness in your letting go. There is only understanding. There is only freedom. You no longer feel the urge to explain your silence. Silence has become your strategy. It has become your sanctuary. In stillness, you recalibrate. In solitude, you become whole. You are no longer afraid of being misunderstood because you are no longer seeking to be understood. You are not living for applause. You are living for alignment. And in alignment, you attract what is right, what is pure, what is lasting. The love you once begged for from others, you now pour into yourself. The validation you once sought like a thirsty wanderer, you now give freely within. You speak gently to yourself. You comfort yourself. You stand by yourself. And in doing so, you have become your own source, your own refuge, your own home. And because you are no longer desperate for someone else to fill your voids, you no longer cling. You no longer chase. You no longer compromise your power to feel worthy. You have discovered the divine rhythm of life. You now realize that what belongs to you will never require you to abandon yourself to obtain it. You no longer sacrifice your peace for proximity. You do not dilute your voice for connection. You do not shrink your light to make others comfortable. You do not confuse love with suffering. You have matured into a deeper understanding that true connection honors the self, not erases it. And so you allow things to fall apart if they must. You do not resist the crumble. You understand now that demolition always precedes construction. You welcome the divine disruption. You make peace with the unknown, because you no longer fear emptiness. You see it as preparation. You know that absence always creates space for the presence of something better. And in that surrender you find peace, not the kind that's circumstantial, but the kind that's cultivated, chosen, and claimed. You have tasted the sweetness of being anchored within. You have felt the serenity that comes from no longer being reactive. The old triggers don't pull you like they used to. The same voices that once shook you now seem faint. You've stopped giving away your center in exchange for fleeting attention. You've stopped explaining your soul to those determined to misunderstand it. You've stopped outsourcing your sense of self. You have shifted from external navigation to internal authority. You don't wait for the world to approve of your dreams. You give yourself permission. You don't pause until someone says it's time. You move when your inner self says go. And this is not rebellion. This is remembrance, a remembering of who you are and whose you are, a remembering that nothing outside of you has the power to define your destiny. And now that you've returned to yourself, life bends in response. Opportunities open like flowers in sunlight. New faces appear, drawn not to your mask but to your authenticity. The more you focus inward, the more the outward begins to reflect your wholeness. You no longer attract from neediness. You attract from fullness, from radiance, from sovereignty. You are magnetic because you are no longer trying. You are simply being. And you understand now that letting go is not giving up. It is trusting higher order. It is honoring divine timing. It is refusing to hold on to what your soul has outgrown. You do not grieve endings as failures anymore. You recognize them as conclusions. You recognize them as answered prayers in disguise. You recognize them as necessary redirections. And in that trust, you are carried. You no longer plead with life to give you what you want. You embody the state where it is already yours. You feel it as done. You walk as though it is settled. You think as though it is already established. You are no longer begging reality to change. You are commanding it through the shift in your awareness. You no longer ask, when will it happen? You ask, who must I become to dwell in it now? And in that becoming, you create. You do not get caught in the waiting. You understand that waiting is not passive. It is creative. It is the place where you fertilize your inner soil with belief, where you cultivate patience not as resignation but as mastery. You do not rush the process because you trust the seed. You do not dig it up to see if it's working. You water it with gratitude. You bless it with faith. You nurture it with imagination. And while others may still seek to pull you into the noise, you remain unmoved. You don't match their chaos. You keep your peace. You do not argue for your worth. You live from it. You do not dim yourself to be digestible. You shine, and those meant for you will rise to meet your light. You've stopped lowering the volume of your vision so others can sleep. You are awake now, and staying awake. You do not let temporary appearances deceive you anymore. You've seen behind the curtain. You've witnessed the power of your inner speech. You've discovered that the unseen world is more real than what your eyes can perceive. You don't panic when things look opposite. You persist. You don't waver when it seems quiet. You deepen. You don't regress when it feels delayed. You assume. You hold. You believe. You've tasted the difference between performing peace and actually possessing it. The difference between seeking love and embodying it. The difference between needing someone and choosing yourself. This is your power. It is not aggressive. It is not defensive. It is rooted. It is calm. It is consistent. It is gentle strength, quiet certainty, inner royalty. And because of this, you now live from a different altitude. You see differently. You feel differently. You no longer react to old patterns because they no longer apply. They don't match your state. You have risen above them, and in this new state you are not concerned with who left or who stayed. You are concerned with who you are becoming. You are not revisiting old wounds, hoping for closure. You are not texting ghosts, hoping for reconciliation. You are not scrolling through memories, trying to resurrect a version of yourself that no longer fits. You've moved on in more than body. You've moved on in spirit. You are whole here. You are home here. You are safe here. You carry the sacred now. You carry the understanding that everything is always unfolding for your highest good. That no loss is wasted. That no delay is denial. That no silence is void of movement. And because you know this, you live in peace. Not the peace of passive acceptance, but the peace of powerful awareness. The peace that comes from knowing you are the operant power in your world. So you rise each day not wondering what the world will bring, but deciding what you will assume. You shape the tone of your day with your first thoughts. You hold the vision before the evidence appears. You do not adjust to what is, you create from what you've chosen to feel. And the world bends to your chosen self. This is the path of the awaken, not the path of perfection, but the path of persistent remembering. And as you remember again and again who you are, who you've chosen to be, what you've chosen to live, you walk in grace, you walk in trust. You walk in the knowing that by focusing on yourself and letting go of what doesn't match, you are not losing. You are aligning. You are not giving up. You are making room. You are not being cold. You are being clear. And in that clarity, the world has no choice but to respond. And as you continue to dwell in this sacred awareness, the need to control, to explain, to justify, all begin to dissolve. You realize now that the people who were meant to understand you did so without effort. They saw the truth of your being without needing an explanation. And those who could not see you, those who only looked at you through the eyes of their own distortion, were never meant to walk the full distance of your journey. You blessed them silently and released them inwardly, for nothing pure is ever lost. You have transcended the need for closure, because true closure is not found in words or apologies, it is found in acceptance. It is found in the quiet space where you no longer resist what is. You stop asking why they did not choose you, why they did not stay, why they misunderstood your heart. You stop replaying the past like an unfinished scene, hoping the ending will change. You accept that it ended as it should have. You release your grip on the version of the story that only existed in your desire. And in that surrender, you reclaim your energy. Your energy is no longer scattered across timelines that do not serve you. It is not trapped in conversations that never happened. It is not imprisoned in fantasies of what could have been. It is yours now, centered, restored. Whole, you bring it all back to the present moment, where your true power lives. You are no longer seduced by memory. You are no longer held hostage by nostalgia. You are devoted now to what is real, what is now, what is becoming. And what is becoming is glorious, because you have chosen to focus on yourself. Your inner world has become fertile. You have planted new seeds of thought, new seeds of assumption, and they are growing in unseen places. You cannot see the full bloom yet, but you can feel the roots deepening. You can sense the shift. You wake up differently now. You move differently now. You look in the mirror and see the glow of someone who no longer betrays themselves to be loved. You are no longer chasing love. You are embodying it. And as you embody it, love must return to you. Not the kind that requires suffering or self-sacrifice, but the kind that reflects your wholeness. Relationships no longer feel like rescue missions. They feel like mirrors. They reflect what you believe about yourself. And now that you believe you are enough, the world agrees. You attract what matches your sense of worth, not what challenges it. You no longer feel drawn to those who drain you. You are drawn to what nourishes, what honors, what celebrates the real you. There is a new calm in your spirit now, a quiet confidence that cannot be shaken by appearances. Even when life appears uncertain, you remain sure. You have lived long enough in anxiety and doubt to know that they create nothing but more of themselves. You have chosen instead the feeling of peace. You persist in peace. You cultivate it like a sacred garden. You tend to it with your thoughts, your assumptions, your imagination, and you protect it with boundaries, with clarity, with awareness. When people return from your past, you do not greet them with longing. You greet them with discernment. You ask yourself not, do I still love them, but do they still match me? Because you realize that love alone is not enough. It must be met with respect, with mutual evolution, with aligned vision. And if it is not, you release it, not in bitterness, but in grace. You know now that holding on to what does not fit is the fastest way to lose yourself, and you are no longer willing to do that. You are no longer trying to prove your worth through effort, loyalty, or suffering. You have stopped bending to be seen. You have stopped shrinking to be accepted. You have stopped waiting to be chosen. You have chosen yourself. And in doing so, you have ended the cycle of emotional starvation, the cycle of overgiving, the cycle of clinging to those who are not ready. You no longer call that love. You call it what it is, abandonment of self, and you have vowed never to abandon yourself again. Now you stand tall, not because of what others say about you, but because you know who you are. You do not need agreement to be certain. You do not need applause to feel validated. You do not need presence to feel complete. You are enough as you are, always have been, always will be. And that knowing frees you. You move differently in the world now. When you enter a room, you do not scan for who might like you. You anchor yourself in who you are. You do not perform. You do not edit. You do not shrink. You show up fully, authentically, completely, because you are no longer afraid to be seen in your wholeness. And if someone cannot receive it, that is not your wound. It is their limitation. You do not take it personally anymore. You bless and keep walking. You are not here to be consumed. You are here to create. You are not here to fit into expectations. You are here to live from your highest self. And you do so not through force, but through alignment. You align your thoughts with your vision. You align your feelings with your faith. You align your actions with your inner knowing. And from that space, life responds with divine precision. Even when it seems slow, you know it's moving. Even when it feels silent, you know it's working. Even when nothing changes on the outside, you feel the shift within. And that shift is enough, because you now know that the world is simply a delayed mirror of your internal state. You no longer look to the mirror to feel better. You change your face and then watch the reflection adjust. The past may try to tempt you, old emotions, old habits, old stories, but you do not return. You do not open doors that led to nowhere. You do not re-enter rooms where you once lost yourself. You walk forward, knowing that every step is a statement. I have chosen to honor my becoming. I have chosen to protect my peace. I have chosen to live from truth, not fear. And as you do this, you no longer fear letting go, because you trust what is coming more than you mourn what is gone. You trust your evolution more than you miss your comfort. You trust the new energy more than you idolize the old. You see that letting go was never a loss. It was always the invitation, an invitation to rise, to become, to remember. So you keep going, not with urgency, but with purpose. You know there is nothing to chase, only things to align with. You are not a seeker anymore. You are a chooser. You choose your state. You choose your story. You choose your outcome. And that choice is your creative act. It is the seed that blossoms in divine timing. It is the assumption that shapes your experience. It is the inner decree that declares, this is who I am, and so it is. And it is, because you have made peace with the process. You are no longer addicted to instant results. You are committed to inner reality. You have shifted from desperation to dominion. You have shifted from lack to vision. And in this space, you no longer need to be understood, seen, or approved. You are too focused, too faithful, too free. And this is how the world begins to bend. Not by force, but by frequency. Not by chasing, but by choosing. Not by struggle, but by state. You focus on yourself, not out of selfishness, but out of sacredness. Because you finally understand the most powerful thing you can do is become who you were always meant to be. And anything that cannot walk with you, there is not a loss. It is simply left behind in love. So now, with quiet strength and unwavering calm, you walk forward whole, centered, and free. You no longer reach for what has let you go, because you have remembered who you are. You no longer argue with the past, because you are too invested in your unfolding future. You no longer beg life to change, because you are changing from within. And in that change, everything begins to respond. Doors open, paths clear, people align. Not because you chased them, but because you chose you. You focused on yourself, and life adjusted to meet you there. And that is the real miracle. When you finally let them go, everything that was truly meant for you comes rushing in. To manifest your desires at a speed and ease you've never experienced before, there is one simple, profound shift you must make. It all begins with the way you speak to yourself. Words, thoughts, and feelings are the very fabric of your reality. What you say, think, and feel about yourself determines what you experience. And if you want to accelerate the manifestation of your desires by 10x, then you must learn how to speak to yourself in the language of success, abundance, and fulfillment. Now, I want you to understand this crucial truth. The universe is constantly responding to the vibrations you emit. These vibrations are primarily determined by your thoughts and feelings, and in turn your words are powerful. They are not just a tool for communication. They are tools for creation. The words you speak about yourself, to yourself and to others, are painting the canvas of your life. So if you are not manifesting as quickly or as powerfully as you desire, the simple answer lies in how you speak to yourself. Think about the things you say when you're not paying attention. When you're feeling down, you might say, I'm never going to get what I want. Or perhaps this is too hard. Or I'm not good enough for that. Those words send out an energetic signal to the universe, affirming lack, limitation, and struggle. Every time you say something like this, you are essentially reaffirming the reality you don't want. But what if you could reframe that self-talk? What if you could speak to yourself in a way that not only reflects your desire, but also aligns with the certainty that your desire is already yours? You can. And by doing so, you will increase the speed of your manifestations exponentially. The secret, as Neville Goddard would say, lies in living in the end. To manifest faster, you must not speak from a place of longing or lack. You must speak from a place of having already received your desire. When you speak to yourself, let it be as if the manifestation has already occurred. Feel the emotions of already having it. Feel the joy, the excitement, the sense of fulfillment. Speak with authority and belief as if your words are the most powerful commands in the universe, because they are. For example, instead of saying, "I hope I get the job," you would say, "I am so grateful for my new job. It's everything I've ever wanted." Do you see the difference? One is filled with uncertainty, the other with absolute certainty. Instead of saying, "I will be successful," say, "I am already successful." Feel it, speak it, believe it. Now this might feel unnatural at first. Your old habits of doubt and self-criticism may try to creep in, but the key is to persist. Neville Goddard teaches that persistence in the assumption of your desired state is what brings it to pass. The more you speak to yourself in this way, the more natural it will become. And with practice, it will become second nature. But let's go even deeper. If you truly want to accelerate your manifestations, you must not only change what you say, but also how you say it. The tone, the energy behind the words you speak is just as important as the words themselves. When you say something to yourself, let it be with emotion. Let it be with passion. Let it be with the kind of energy that you would have if you were receiving your desire in the physical world right now. Imagine you've just won the lottery. How would you speak to yourself? How would you think? Your thoughts and words would be filled with excitement, joy, and gratitude. Now apply that same excitement, that same emotion to your current desires. Speak as if you are living in that reality right now. The emotional charge behind your words is what fuels the manifestation process. The more you feel the emotion of having it already, the faster it comes to you. The next key to manifesting 10x faster is the understanding of the power of self-concept. What you believe about yourself, you create. The more you speak to yourself as the person who already has what they want, the more you reinforce that identity within yourself. And as you continue to reinforce this identity, you will start to naturally take actions and make decisions that are in alignment with that new identity. When you say to yourself, "I am wealthy," don't just think of the words, imagine yourself in a wealthy scenario. Picture yourself in the home of your dreams. Feel the abundance surrounding you. Imagine the freedom and joy that come with being financially free. Speak to yourself from this identity. If you want to manifest love, speak to yourself as someone who is already deeply loved and cherished. Don't wait for the outside world to reflect this to you. Speak it, feel it, and watch how it becomes your reality. In his teachings, Neville Goddard emphasizes the importance of imagination in the creative process. When you speak to yourself in this new way, use your imagination. Visualize your desired outcome as you speak your words. The act of speaking your new reality while vividly imagining it brings it into your experience at a rapid pace. Now let's talk about the importance of inner dialogue. The words you speak to yourself when you are alone, when you are reflecting, when you are in your own company, are the most powerful words you can speak. This is where the real work lies. Many people may speak positively to others, but when they are alone, they fall back into old habits of self-doubt and fear. To manifest faster, you must speak to yourself as if you are the person who already has what they desire, even when no one is watching. This is where the magic happens. When you find yourself in moments of doubt or fear, quickly correct your inner dialogue. Do not allow negative thoughts to take hold. When you catch yourself saying, "I can't do this," immediately replace it with, "I am more than capable of achieving anything I set my mind to." When you catch yourself thinking, "I don't have enough money," replace that thought with, "Money flows to me easily and effortlessly." What you focus on expands. So when you focus on your desire, when you speak of it with love, certainty and enthusiasm, you are drawing it closer to you. The energy you put into your words is a magnet that attracts your desire into your reality. The next step is to understand the importance of affirmations. Affirmations are powerful tools for manifesting, but only when they are spoken with genuine feeling. The words "I am rich" or "I am successful" will not bring you anything unless you feel them deeply. So when you use affirmations, make sure you feel the truth of those words in every fiber of your being. Speak them with conviction. Feel them with passion. Imagine them being true in this very moment. For example, if you are affirming wealth, close your eyes and see yourself in your ideal financial situation. Feel the emotions of joy, relief and excitement. Speak the affirmation "I am financially abundant" and truly feel it in your heart. Let the words flow from you as if they are already true. The more you speak with this kind of feeling, the more rapidly your manifestations will come. It's also essential to release the need for how and when things will manifest. One of the biggest blocks to rapid manifestation is trying to control the process. We often get so caught up in the how and when that we end up sabotaging our progress. Instead, speak with complete trust that the universe knows the best way to bring your desires to you. Trust in the timing of your manifestation. When you speak to yourself, speak with the belief that everything is working out perfectly, even if you can't yet see the evidence of it. You must also remember the power of gratitude in your speech. As you speak to yourself about your desires, always speak with gratitude as if it has already come to pass. Gratitude is a powerful magnet for attracting more of what you want. Speak to yourself as though your manifestation is a gift already received, and feel the gratitude in every word. Let's now discuss consistency. The key to manifesting 10x faster is consistency. The more you speak to yourself in this new way, the quicker your desires will materialize. Don't just speak this way for a day or two and expect miracles to happen. Make it a daily practice. Speak to yourself with conviction, with passion, with the certainty that your words are creating your reality. The more consistent you are, the faster your manifestations will come. Every day, speak as if you are already living the life you desire. Say it out loud. Say it in your mind. Say it with emotion. Speak to yourself like you are already the person who has what you desire. The faster you begin to believe this truth, the faster the universe will mirror it back to you. The final key to manifesting 10x faster is to believe in the process. Trust that your words have the power to create your reality. When you speak with certainty and feeling, you are not just speaking words, you are commanding your reality. The universe is always listening. It is always responding. Speak to yourself as if you have the power to manifest everything you desire, because you do. If you want to manifest your desires faster than ever before, it all starts with how you speak to yourself. Your words are the key to unlocking the door to your dreams. Speak with belief, speak with emotion, speak with the certainty that your desires are already yours. Trust the process. And as you do, watch as your reality shifts and transforms, bringing your desires into your experience faster than you ever thought possible. Speak to yourself like this, and you will manifest 10x faster. As you continue to refine the way you speak to yourself, let me remind you that you are constantly in a state of creation. Every moment you exist, your words and thoughts are actively shaping the world around you. But remember, it is not just the words themselves that matter, it is the state of consciousness from which those words arise. The feeling, the vibration that is being transmitted through your speech is what moves the universe. If you speak in fear, in doubt, or in a state of lack, the universe responds to that and reflects it back to you. So when you speak in alignment with your desires, not only do you speak the words of your desires, but you must speak them from a place of deep knowing. You know it's already done. You are not wishing for something, you are not hoping for something, you are affirming the reality that you are already living it. In this state, your desires are no longer distant or unattainable. They are already yours. This is where most people trip themselves up. They ask for something, but they doubt it can come. They say the words, but there is a disconnect between the words and their inner belief. But when you say, "I am abundant," feel the abundance in every fiber of your being. Let the very core of your being vibrate with the certainty that this is the truth. When you say, "I am loved," let that feeling of love fill every part of your body. When you say, "I am successful," see the success in your life, feel the success in your bones, and speak it as though it is an undeniable truth. By doing this, you are no longer just speaking affirmations, you are stepping into the energy of your desired reality. You are becoming that version of yourself who already has it. This is the true power of self-talk. When you speak to yourself in this way, not only do you convince your subconscious mind that it is already true, but you also align with the universe's vibrational frequency that matches your desires. This is where the magic happens. The more you practice this, the quicker you will see the results. The universe is not a distant force, it is intimately connected to you and responsive to every word, every thought, every feeling you have. As you begin to speak to yourself as though your desires have already been fulfilled, the universe will adjust itself accordingly. Opportunities will start appearing. People will begin to show up, your circumstances will shift. All because you are speaking the language of the life you want to live. But here's the key, persistence is everything. It's easy to speak to yourself this way for a day or two, especially when things are going well, but what happens when obstacles arise? What happens when you face a setback or encounter resistance? This is where true power lies. To manifest 10x faster, you must continue speaking to yourself as though the manifestation is already here, even when the evidence is not yet visible. Neville Goddard emphasized that we must not be swayed by appearances. Your outer world will reflect your inner state, but it will not always do so immediately. In fact, there will be times when it seems as though the opposite is happening. That is the time when you must stand firm in your self-talk. Speak to yourself from the knowing that your desires are already here. Do not be moved by temporary circumstances. Trust in the process and speak as if the manifestation is already unfolding. This persistence in the assumption of your desired reality will eventually cause the outer world to conform. It is like planting a seed in the ground. At first there is no sign of growth, but you continue to water it, nurture it, and believe in the process. Over time, the seed breaks through the soil and begins to grow. The same is true for your manifestations. Your words are the water and the nurturing force that cause your desires to sprout and grow. Don't think that you need to say these things only when you're alone, or only in a meditative state. You can speak to yourself in this way all throughout the day. As you walk through your day, affirm your desires. As you encounter challenges, reaffirm your beliefs. You can be speaking to yourself in your mind while you're going about your tasks, and it will still have the same powerful effect. The more you do this, the more you will program your subconscious mind to align with your desires. The subconscious mind does not differentiate between what is real and what is imagined. It simply accepts the thoughts and beliefs you continuously feed it. The beauty of this practice is that you are not waiting for external circumstances to change before you change your speech. You are changing your speech first, and that is what changes the circumstances. You are the creator of your reality, and your words are the tool that you use to bring your visions into being. Speak with power, speak with confidence, speak with the certainty that your desires are already manifesting. As you continue to practice this way of speaking to yourself, it becomes not just a technique, but a way of life. Speaking this way will become as natural as breathing. You will no longer need to consciously remind yourself to affirm your desires, because you will already be living in the end. Your words will align effortlessly with the life you are creating. The speed of your manifestations will increase, and the process will begin to feel effortless. As you align your inner speech with your desires, remember to also align your actions. You will begin to feel inspired to take steps that are in harmony with your desired reality. These actions will not feel forced, they will feel natural, as though you are simply following the flow of your own internal guidance. The key here is to trust that as you speak to yourself with confidence and clarity, the universe will guide you to take the necessary actions to bring your desires into physical form. The more you trust the power of your words, the more you will see evidence of their power in your life. Manifestation is not a difficult process. It is simply the process of aligning your inner world with your outer world, and your words are the bridge that connects the two. Speak with intention, speak with belief, and speak with emotion. Speak to yourself as if the life you desire is already yours, and the universe will reflect it back to you. You are a master creator.
And the words you speak are the keys to unlocking the door to your dreams. Speak to yourself like this, and watch as the doors of manifestation open wide, bringing everything you've ever desired into your experience at a speed and ease you never thought possible. The universe is waiting to respond to your words, and it is waiting for you to claim the life you desire. Speak to yourself with power, speak to yourself with certainty, and speak to yourself with love. The world is yours to create. As you continue to speak to yourself with this level of power and certainty, you'll notice that not only will your external circumstances begin to shift, but you'll also begin to change from within. Your self-concept will evolve, and you will start embodying the qualities of the person who already has their desires. This transformation is subtle, but it is profound. The more you speak to yourself in alignment with your desires, the more you will start acting in ways that match your new self-concept. Remember, the power of speech is not limited to spoken words. It extends to the inner dialogue as well. The thoughts that run silently through your mind. Your internal conversations are just as important as what you say out loud, because your subconscious mind is always listening. If you are speaking to yourself in your mind as though your desires are already yours, this reinforces the new beliefs you are cultivating. If, for instance, you are manifesting a new career, your internal dialogue might sound like, "I am so happy and grateful for my new job. Every day, I step into my role with confidence and excitement. This job is everything I've ever wanted and more." When you say this, do you feel the excitement? Can you see yourself already in that position, working in an environment that brings you joy and fulfillment? That is the secret. Feeling the emotions of the desired state as if it's already happening. Another key point is to be mindful of the language you use when you are interacting with others. While self-talk is essential, how you speak about your desires to others is also important. When you speak about your dreams, do so with enthusiasm and certainty. Never speak about your desires with doubt or hesitation. When you tell someone about your goals, speak as if they are already in progress or already complete. For example, if you are manifesting a relationship, you might say to a friend, "I am so happy and grateful for the loving relationship I'm in. My partner and I share a deep, fulfilling connection." Even if this hasn't manifested yet, speaking this way tells the universe, "I am ready and I know it is already coming." By continuing to speak in this way, both to yourself and to others, you reinforce the belief that what you want is already yours. And this belief becomes a magnetic force that attracts your desires into your experience. The power of words works both ways. When you speak with conviction to others, you send out a signal that tells the universe you are certain, confident, and aligned with your desires. Your words become an extension of your belief system, further solidifying your intentions and drawing your desires closer. One of the biggest breakthroughs in manifestation comes when you fully accept that your desires are not something to be earned, sought after, or struggled for. They are a natural extension of who you already are. When you speak from this truth, your desires no longer feel like something outside of you. They become an inherent part of your reality, and this deep inner knowing accelerates their manifestation. As you speak to yourself in alignment with this truth, remember that the universe works in mysterious ways. It may not always bring your desires in the way you expect, or within the time frame you envision. However, you must have faith that everything is unfolding perfectly. There will be times when your desire shows up in unexpected forms or through unconventional channels, and it is in these moments that your faith in the process must be unwavering. Speak with certainty, even when the manifestation is still on its way, because you are living in the end result, where it has already occurred. Let go of the need to control the how. The universe knows how to deliver what you desire. Your job is to speak, feel, and act as if it has already been delivered. This is the art of surrendering, not to give up on your desires, but to trust the universe's wisdom in how it will manifest. Trust that what is unfolding is in perfect alignment with your highest good. Speak with the belief that your desires are not just possible, but inevitable. The moment you embrace this unwavering belief, your desires will start to manifest with astonishing speed and ease. Now, as you continue to speak to yourself in this elevated manner, remember that the key to truly manifesting 10x faster lies in living in the emotional state of having your desires now. Speak from the place of fulfillment. from the place of already having received everything you desire. If you speak from the mindset of lack, you are inadvertently slowing the process. Instead, speak from the perspective of abundance. Feel the joy of having it already. Speak as though every wish has been fulfilled and live in that emotional vibration. When you do this, the universe responds with lightning speed. As you get more comfortable with this practice, you will also notice how your perception of reality begins to shift. The world around you will start to reflect your new beliefs. People, opportunities, and circumstances will shift to match the vibration of your desires. But remember, it all starts with your internal speech. Speak the words of your desired reality, feel the emotions of your desired reality, and the universe will follow suit. The key to manifesting 10x faster is the consistent practice of speaking to yourself with love, certainty, and the knowing that what you desire is already on its way. Every thought, every word, every feeling is a step closer to bringing your desires into physical form. And when you do this with unwavering conviction, your desires will flow to you faster than you ever thought possible. Do not underestimate the power of your inner dialogue. It is the very force that shapes your experience. When you speak to yourself in a way that reflects your desired reality, the universe has no choice but to align with your words. You are the creator of your world, and your words are the blueprint for the life you are building. So as you continue on this journey of manifestation, make a commitment to yourself today. Commit to speaking only words that empower you, that inspire you, that reflect the truth of who you are and what you are capable of. Speak to yourself with love, confidence, and gratitude, knowing that your desires are already on their way. You are the master of your reality, and with the words you speak, you are shaping a life beyond your wildest dreams. In conclusion, the power to manifest anything you desire lies within your ability to speak to yourself with unwavering conviction and belief. Every word you utter, every thought you think, shapes your reality. The universe is always listening, always responding to the energy you project. When you speak as though your desires are already fulfilled, you align yourself with the frequency of abundance, success, and fulfillment. You no longer wait for the world to change before you change your speech. You change your speech, and the world will have no choice but to change in response. Remember, manifestation is not about wishing, hoping, or waiting. It is about becoming. It is about embodying the state of having what you desire now. So from this moment forward, speak to yourself as if everything you want is already yours. Live in the end result. Speak with love, certainty, and gratitude. When you do, you activate the power of the universe to deliver your desires faster than you ever imagined. The truth is simple. You are the creator of your reality, and your words are the magic wand. Speak to yourself like the powerful being you truly are, and watch as your world transforms in ways beyond your wildest dreams. Your manifestation begins the moment you decide to speak it into existence. Speak it, feel it, believe it, and above all, know that it is already yours. This is the key to manifesting 10x faster. The world is waiting for you to claim your greatness. Speak to yourself like this, and nothing will be impossible.
My dear friends, I want to share with you a truth so profound, yet so simple, that it has escaped the notice of the busy and striving world. And that truth is this: relaxation is the key to the fulfillment of every desire. It is not through struggle or effort or worry that you manifest what you seek. It is through the serene assumption of the wish fulfilled. It is in stillness, not striving, that the creative power of your own wonderful human imagination goes to work. You do not need to fight for what is already yours. You only need to assume in quiet confidence that it is already done. And in that calm knowing, in that relaxed assurance, the bridge of incidents begins to form. It is not your work to create the bridge. Your work is to rest in the end. And this rest, this inner Sabbath, is the state of relaxed faith that all things are working together for your good. Now I ask you, what is your desire? Is it love? Is it wealth? Is it recognition? Is it health? Whatever it is, I say to you, it is already yours, if you will dare to assume that it is so. But this assumption must not be tense. You must not clutch at your desire as though it were outside of you, distant
and difficult to grasp. No, my friends, you must relax into it as though you were slipping into a warm bath. You must feel its reality inwardly and allow the feeling to possess you. There is a secret place within you, the silence of your own being, where all creation begins. In that silence you are one with the infinite, and in that stillness, the seed of your assumption is planted. But if you are restless, anxious, or striving, the soil of the mind is agitated, and the seed cannot take root. Only in the calm, relaxed acceptance of your desire as a present fact can it grow into form. You have been told, "Be still, and know that I am God." What does this mean? It means that in stillness, in relaxation, you come into alignment with your creative power. You no longer seek outwardly, for you have found the treasure within. You are no longer tossed about by appearances, for you know the truth of your inner state. You are no longer subject to the opinions of the world, for you have assumed your wish fulfilled, and in that assumption, you rest. Now do not confuse relaxation with passivity. It is not laziness. It is alert stillness. It is receptive confidence. It is not the sleep of forgetfulness, but the sleep of fulfilled desire. You close your eyes not to escape, but to see more clearly. You turn inward, not to avoid life, but to create it deliberately. And from this sacred place within, you imagine not what could be, but what already is. Imagine now that your desire is fulfilled. How do you feel? What is your inner state? Let that feeling rise in you. Do not force it. Simply allow it. Let it gently saturate your mind and body, like a fragrance. Rest in that mood. Clothe yourself in the atmosphere of your wish fulfilled, and then let it go. Do not strain to hold the image. Simply trust that the imaginal act was planted in the fertile soil of your relaxed awareness. The world is a mirror, my friends. It reflects not what you say, but what you feel. Not what you want, but what you assume. If you go about your day tense, anxious, or desperate for results, then you are declaring, "I do not have what I desire," and the mirror will echo back that state. But if you walk in ease, with a light heart and a quiet confidence, then you are saying, "It is already mine," and the world will conform to that assumption. We must learn to trust the invisible more than the visible, for the visible is only the outpicturing of an earlier state. If you want to change the world around you, you must first change the state within you, and the state that brings forth miracles is one of relaxed certainty. You do not need to convince the universe. You only need to convince yourself, and even that, not with argument or logic, but with feeling. Do you remember a time when something you desired came to you effortlessly? Perhaps you were not even thinking about it. You were relaxed, and in that state of non-resistance, it flowed to you. That is the secret. Not to strive, but to dwell in the end with ease. Not to beg, but to accept. Not to chase, but to receive. I once knew a man who desired success in his business. He worked day and night. He read every book, attended every seminar, and pushed himself to exhaustion. And yet the results eluded him. He came to me in frustration and said, "What am I doing wrong?" I told him, "You are trying too hard. You are pushing against the current. Relax, assume the feeling of success, and then rest in that feeling." At first he resisted. He said, "But won't I lose momentum? Won't I fall behind?" I said, "What you call momentum is tension, and tension repels. What you need is flow, and flow begins in relaxation." So he agreed to try. Each night, he would lie in bed and imagine that his business was thriving. He did not force the images. He simply felt the ease of it, the joy of success, and let that feeling lull him to sleep. Within weeks, opportunities began to appear. Connections were made, clients multiplied, and it all came not through struggle, but through alignment. Your subconscious mind does not respond to pressure. It responds to impression, and impression is made most deeply when the mind is relaxed. That is why the moments before sleep are so powerful. In that drowsy state, the walls of resistance fall, and your assumptions are received by the subconscious without opposition. That is the time to impress upon it your desire, not as a future hope, but as a present fact. You are the operant power, and you operate through assumption. But assumption must not be mechanical. It must be felt, and feeling can only be genuine when you are relaxed. If you pretend to believe, but inwardly doubt, the doubt will be impressed. But if you rest in the feeling of the wish fulfilled, even for a few moments, it is enough to set the creative process in motion. Do not underestimate the power of ease, for it is ease that draws things to you. When you are tense, you create separation. When you are relaxed, you become magnetic. Think of the rose. It does not strain to attract the bee. It simply blooms in quiet beauty, and the bee comes. So too with your desires. Bloom in the feeling of fulfillment, and all things necessary for its realization will come to you. You may say, but how can I relax when my outer world is so chaotic? And I say to you, the outer world is but a shadow. It has no power of its own. It only reflects your inner state. Therefore, if you would change it, you must turn away from it, not in denial, but in transcendence. You must enter the silence, and in that sacred stillness, assume a new reality. And in time the outer will match the inner. I do not speak of fantasy. I speak of law. The law of consciousness is always at work. You are always assuming something. You are always impressing the subconscious with some state. The question is not, am I manifesting? But what am I manifesting? And the answer is found in your feeling. What you feel habitually you become. Therefore, if you desire a new life, begin now. Not by effort but by rest. Enter the imaginal scene of your fulfilled desire. Feel its reality. Let it be vivid and alive within you. And then relax. Trust. Know that it is done. Walk through the world with quiet joy, knowing that your assumption is creating your reality. And when doubt arises as it may, do not fight it. Simply return to the feeling. Return to the end. Return to rest. Some of you have been striving for years. You have tried technique after technique, and still you wonder why nothing changes. I tell you it is because you have not yet learned to relax. You are planting seeds, but digging them up each day with worry. You are affirming your desire, but feeling the lack of it. You must reverse this. You must feel the fulfillment, and then release all concern. You must trust the unseen more than the seen, and you must do it in peace. If I could leave you with one instruction, it would be this. Relax into the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Make this your daily practice. Morning and night, enter the state of fulfilled desire. Not with tension but with joy. Not with effort but with ease. Feel it as though it were already true. And then live from that state, quietly, confidently, lovingly. You will find that the world begins to change. Not by your manipulation, but by divine orchestration. Events will align, people will appear, opportunities will unfold, and you will look back and wonder how it all happened so effortlessly. And you will remember this, it happened because you relaxed. You let go of the need to make it happen, and you allowed it to happen. This is the secret I give to you. Not hidden in complexity, but in simplicity. Not buried in effort, but revealed in stillness. You are the creator, my friends. But you create not through force, but through assumption. And assumption blossoms best in relaxation. So tonight, as you lie down to sleep, do not replay the worries of the day. Instead, close your eyes, and enter the scene of your fulfilled desire. Hear the words that would be spoken if it were true. Feel the embrace, the joy, the celebration. Let that feeling cradle you into slumber, and know that in that moment you have sown the seed, and in due season the harvest will come. Relax and you will manifest anything you desire, for the power is within you, waiting only for your ease, your trust, your quiet knowing. Be still, and know that you are the creator. So I say to you again, practice this art daily, not as a duty, but as a delight. The more you relax into the feeling of the wish fulfilled, the more natural it becomes, and as it becomes natural it becomes real. The subconscious is no respecter of effort. It responds to naturalness. That which feels natural to you will manifest, because it has already been accepted as true. That is why a relaxed imagination is infinitely more powerful than a tense will. Consider how you breathe when you are at peace. There is no strain. There is no grasping for air. It flows in and out, rhythmically, effortlessly. That is the same rhythm with which your desires must be received. Inhale the feeling of fulfillment. Exhale the worry. Inhale the certainty. Exhale the doubt. Your breath can become your anchor into the unseen. As you relax into each moment, you are tuning your frequency to that which you seek. Everything you desire exists now, in a dimension just beyond your physical senses. It is not far from you. It is not separate from you. It is within you, waiting for you to consent to its reality. But consent does not come through force. It comes through surrender. And surrender is not giving up. Surrender is giving in to the truth that what you want is already yours in imagination. The paradox of manifestation is that you must desire with intensity, yet hold that desire with gentleness. You must want it, but you must not need it. You must choose it, but not chase it. You must dwell in it, but not obsess over it. And this fine balance is achieved only through the art of relaxed imagination. The one who assumes quietly is the one who receives loudly. The one who dwells silently in the feeling is the one who soon walks loudly in the results. You must understand, the moment you imagine your desire as fulfilled and truly feel it, it is done. The rest is not your concern. Do not ask how it will happen. The how is not your domain. The bridge of incidents will unfold in ways you could never predict. Your task is to remain faithful to the feeling. Your task is to stay in the state. And the easiest way to stay in the state is to live a relaxed life, a life of trust, a life of knowing that unseen things are more real than the seen, because the seen is born from the unseen. Let me tell you something that will liberate you. The thing you want does not exist out there. It exists in you. It is a pattern of consciousness, waiting to be activated. The moment you imagine it with belief, it begins to express itself through you. It is not that the world brings it to you, it is that your world molds itself around your state of being. And when you are relaxed, you are letting the clay take shape around your assumption. Do you not remember in the scriptures it is said that God finished all his works and then rested? That rest was not idleness. It was faith in the completion of what was already done. You too must finish your inner work and then rest. Not the rest of doubt, but the rest of conviction. When you feel that inner peace, that quiet assurance, you have touched the creative state. And from that point forward, it is done unto you as you have believed.
Too many of us confuse effort with progress. We are conditioned to struggle. We are told that if we are not constantly pushing, we are losing ground. But I tell you, true manifestation is not a matter of pushing. It is a matter of flowing. When you push, you are declaring that what you want is outside of you. When you flow, you are embodying that it is already within you. That inner shift is the whole game. That shift happens best in rest. Every time you assume something to be true and then rest in that assumption without doubt or contradiction, you are moving mountains. You may not see it immediately with your eyes, but the inner motion is already underway. People will be moved. Circumstances will change. Paths will clear. But you must not be like the man who plants a seed and then digs it up each morning to see if it is growing. Let the seed grow. Let it be. Your imagination is divine. It is God in action. And when you relax and let the imaginal act imprint upon your subconscious, you are doing the very thing the ancients called creation. This is the great mystery of the ages, that man is one with the Creator, and he creates through assumption. And assumption must feel natural to be effective. And what feels more natural than a relaxed state? If I could get this one idea into your heart, it would transform your life. You do not have to try so hard. Your trying is often the very thing delaying the manifestation. It is born from the belief that you are separate from your desire, but you are not. You are one with it, and your union with it is made visible through feeling. And feeling flows best through relaxation. So if you find yourself doubting, tense, or worried, do not try to fight the doubt. That only strengthens it. Instead, pause, breathe, return to your center. Ask yourself, what would I feel right now if it were already done? Then go there, gently. Rest there quietly. That state is your home. That state is your power. That state is the magnet through which all things are drawn. When you are relaxed, you are not distracted. You are present. And presence is power. In the present moment, there is no fear, no lack, no future to worry about. There is only the now, and the now is the gateway to all manifestation. When you are truly relaxed, you are living as though your desire were already realized. You are embodying the end, and from that embodiment, the world reshapes itself. I speak from experience, not theory. I have seen people who spent years striving only to receive their heart's desire the moment they gave up the struggle and relaxed. I have seen health restored, wealth gained,
relationships mended, not through endless effort, but through inner stillness, through the gentle act of assuming and relaxing. So I ask you to remember this always. You do not attract what you want, you attract what you are. And who you are is determined by your state. If your state is one of ease, of trust, of joyful expectation, then all that corresponds to that state must come. It is the law of assumption. It is the law of consciousness. You must make peace with the fact that manifestation is not a doing, it is a being. The doing follows the being. The actions you take will naturally emerge from the state you occupy. But first, be still. First, enter the feeling. First, assume and relax. Then act, not out of fear or haste, but out of inner knowing. The relaxed state is not idle. It is fertile. Now even as you hear my words, perhaps you are beginning to feel a shift, a letting go, a softening. That is the beginning of alignment. Let it deepen. Let your breath slow. Let your shoulders drop, and with each exhale, let go of the belief that you must earn or fight for what is already yours in imagination. Let me repeat, it is already yours. There is nothing to get. There is only something to allow. And allowing is always done in a relaxed state. You cannot allow while resisting. You cannot receive while bracing. You must open. You must surrender. Not in defeat, but in assurance. What would your life look like if you trusted this completely? What kind of ease would you move with? If you knew beyond doubt that all you desired was flowing to you. Can you feel the relief in that? That very relief is your access point. That is the state to dwell in. You do not need to maintain this state 24 hours a day. Even a few moments of relaxed assumption, fully felt, can shift the tide of your life. You will return to doubt at times, and that is okay. When you do not scold yourself. Simply return. Return to the state. Return to the scene. Return to the feeling. It is always available. You carry the creative power within you always. Let the world chase and strive and hustle. Let them be frantic. Let them believe that only through effort comes reward. But you, my friend, you know a deeper secret. You know that the universe responds to your inner state. You know that what you dwell upon with feeling becomes your reality. And you know that the highest form of alignment is relaxation. So go now into the world. Not to get, but to express. Not to struggle, but to allow. Be the one who assumes with joy and walks with calm certainty. Be the one who rests, and therefore receives. Be the one who lives in the end. Now, as you continue to dwell in this state of inner poise, you will find yourself becoming increasingly sensitive to the subtle shifts of your imagination. You will notice how your body responds to the tones of inner conviction. You'll begin to feel when something is real to you, not because you see it in the outer world, but because you sense it as done within. This inner sensitivity, cultivated through relaxation, is the true compass of manifestation. You will no longer need to ask, when will it come? You will know it is coming because you feel it already as yours, and that is enough. You will also notice in this new state of ease that your desires begin to change, not in content necessarily, but in character. They become lighter, freer, more aligned with joy and less with compensation. You are no longer trying to fix something or escape something. You are no longer imagining from a place of lack or pain, but from fullness. The more you rest in the assumption of fulfillment, the less desperate your desires become, and the more magnetic they are. You are no longer creating from need, you are creating from being. And being is the highest state. There is a stillness that comes over the mind when it truly believes. It does not rush, it does not calculate, it does not panic. It simply knows. You must seek to enter that stillness, to make it your dwelling place. That stillness is not empty, it is full. It is alive. It is the womb of creation. And in that sacred silence, all things are born. But to reach that place, you must let go of the noise. You must turn away from the outer din and enter the inner sanctuary where imagination creates reality. Now hear me. You do not have to earn your manifestation. This is perhaps the most radical idea of all. We have been conditioned to believe that only what is earned has value, that we must prove ourselves worthy. But the law of assumption does not operate on merit. It operates on feeling. It gives according to your belief, not your effort. The moment you believe you are already the person who has what you desire, the law begins to move. It does not wait for a performance. It waits only for a shift in state. This is why the relaxed mind is so potent. It is not trying to prove anything. It is not bargaining with the universe. It is not pleading. It is assuming, quietly, naturally, gently. The relaxed mind says, I am. And the universe echoes back, you are. That is the secret to all transformation. A change in self-conception. And self-conception is best changed not through struggle, but through soft repetition in stillness. Think of the potter and the clay. If the clay is too dry, it cracks. If the potter rushes, the form collapses. It is through gentle, deliberate shaping that the vision becomes form. Your mind is that clay. Your assumptions are the potter's hands. And your relaxed state is the moisture that keeps the clay supple and ready to mold. Tension dries it out. Worry breaks it apart. But ease makes it malleable. And in that softness you shape your world. The longer you dwell in the state of the wish fulfilled, the more the world begins to organize itself to mirror that state. And this dwelling must become your home. Not a place you visit occasionally, but where you live mentally. The outer world may still appear unchanged, but that is only because the picture is still developing. Do not snatch the film from the camera too soon. Do not run from the process. Wait in faith. Wait in peace. Wait in inner knowing. Your relaxed assumption is not in vain. It is the seed of the miracle. I know some of you still feel doubt. That is understandable. We have been taught all our lives that effort equals success. But I am telling you now, in this work, the work of manifestation, effort is often the enemy. It introduces friction. It signals unbelief. The more you try to force it, the more you declare, by your trying, that you do not believe it is already so. But when you relax, truly relax, you enter into the Sabbath. And in the Sabbath, creation is finished. This is not philosophy. This is not theory. This is law. And it is a law that has been proven through time, by those willing to trust it. The ancients knew this. They practiced it under different names and rituals. But the core was always the same. Quiet the mind, feel the desired state, and surrender to it. That is the essence of all effective prayer. Not petition, but assumption with rest. And so, as you go about your daily life, practice catching yourself. Notice when you tense, when you rush, when you strive. Then pause, breathe, smile, even, and return not to worry, but to the end. Return to that calm center within, where your desire already exists. Ask yourself, how would I move through this moment, if I already had what I want? And then move that way, not with pretense, but with ease, with grace, with stillness. You will find, as this becomes your habit, that people respond to you differently. Opportunities appear where once there were none. Ideas drop into your mind fully formed. You begin to feel carried by life, instead of pushing against it. This is what it means to live by assumption, and not by appearances. You are no longer reacting to the world. You are creating it, quietly, calmly, consciously. Let no one tell you that this is fantasy. Let no one mock the power of imagination. For the world you see was once imagined by someone. Every structure, every invention, every movement of human history began in a mind. And it was not the mind in frenzy that created. It was the mind in vision. The mind that relaxed into an idea and allowed it to grow. You are no different. You are a creative being, and your world is your canvas. The brush is your assumption. The paint is your feeling. And the canvas responds best to the calm, steady hand. So do not wait for permission. Do not wait for evidence. Begin now. Relax, imagine, assume, rest. These are not passive acts. They are the most powerful movements of consciousness. And when practiced daily, they will reshape your reality in ways so subtle, so profound. You will think it was magic. But it is not magic. It is law. It is principle. It is you, operating as you were meant to. Relaxed, receptive, radiant. And so I leave you with this undeniable truth. Relaxation is not weakness. It is mastery. It is the mark of one who knows the creative power within and no longer begs the world for crumbs of validation. The one who relaxes has assumed the throne. They are no longer at the mercy of circumstance, but are now the cause behind the curtain, the silent architect of their unfolding life. You do not need to hustle to be worthy. You do not need to strive to be seen. You only need to assume the state of the wish fulfilled and rest in it with unwavering faith. When you do this, you align with the rhythm of creation itself, effortless, elegant, inevitable. So the next time you are tempted to force, remember nothing forced lasts. But what is imagined with love, assumed with certainty, and held in quiet relaxation, that is eternal. That is divine. That is yours. Relax, and you will manifest anything you desire.
Tonight, I will teach you how to feel it. I will show you the simple divine secret behind every miracle, every manifestation, every transformation that has ever taken place in the life of man. O wolf, you do not need more power, for the power is already within you. You do not need more time, for time is only the servant of your inner conviction. You do not even need to know how it will come to pass, for the bridge of incidents will form itself the moment you feel it as real. What you need is to feel it. Feel what? The wish fulfilled. Most men and women pray. They hope, they beg, they wait. But few ever feel. To feel is to become. To feel is to fuse your inner world with the outer one. The outer responds to the inner, and the inner is ruled by feeling. God is not a faraway being in the sky. God is your own wonderful human imagination. When you learn how to feel something as though it were already so, you awaken God within, and God responds to his own nature. God creates by imagining, and when he imagines lovingly, he creates life, beauty, abundance, joy. So must you. You are not separate from the Creator. You are the Creator, asleep to your own power. But tonight, I intend to awaken you. I have said it many times. The world is yourself pushed out. What you believe, what you accept as true, what you feel with conviction, that is what hardens into fact. The law is always working, always producing what you are in the depth of your soul. If your life is filled with lack, you are feeling lack. If your life overflows with blessings, you are feeling blessed. The world cannot help but mirror back to you the vibration, the state, the assumption you carry in your being. Therefore, I say again, I will teach you how to feel it. Let us now make this very practical. Suppose you desire wealth. You do not need to look to the stock market, to the government, to some external source. All you need is to enter the state of wealth within. You do this by feeling wealthy, not hoping to be wealthy. No, not acting as if wealth might someday come, but assuming now, with full inner conviction, that you are already the one you desire to be. How would you walk if you had all the wealth you desired? How would you speak? How would you greet your friends? How would you fall asleep at night? What would you think about as you awoke each morning? Ask yourself these questions sincerely, and you will begin to construct a new state of consciousness. And that state, once occupied in feeling, will produce its corresponding reality. Let me remind you, this is not make-believe. This is not fantasy, this is creation. You are imagining your world into being, just as God imagined this entire universe into existence. We are told in Scripture, God calleth those things which be not as though they were. That is the very secret I am giving to you now. You must call forth the thing you want as though it already existed, and you must feel it to be true. Do not concern yourself with the facts of life. They are only the shadow of your former state. They will fade away when you no longer give them attention. All that matters is the feeling. The feeling of the wish fulfilled is not a mere fleeting emotion. It is a deep, abiding inner knowing. When you feel it, truly feel it, something shifts. Your breathing changes. Your posture shifts. You begin to see with new eyes. You are no longer a beggar asking for change. You are a creator declaring it is done. From that moment, your world must reassemble itself to reflect the new you, and it will. Not by force, not by willpower, but by the effortless divine operation of law. Imagine then that you are already where you want to be. Close your eyes and feel into that scene. Do not just visualize it, inhabit it. Make it real in your imagination. Hear the sounds you would hear. Touch the objects you would touch. Breathe in the air of that new world. Let every sense participate in the feeling of being already there. And then, let go. Fall asleep in that state. Carry it with you throughout the day.
Return to it whenever doubt arises. And above all, do not contradict it with worry, fear, or complaint. Remain faithful to the feeling, and it will become fact. Now let me tell you a story. A woman once came to me, desperate to be reunited with her estranged husband. She had tried everything: letters, phone calls, pleading. Nothing worked. I said to her, "Do you still love him?" She said yes. "Then assume he loves you too, and that you are already together." She looked at me as if I had asked her to climb Mount Everest. But I told her, "Just tonight, before sleep, imagine him holding you, telling you he loves you. Feel it as though it were happening now." She did it, though reluctantly. The next week, he called her. By the end of the month, they were back together. What changed? Not him. Her feeling changed. She moved into a new state, and the world mirrored it. Another man came to me, longing for a better job. He felt unworthy, overlooked, stuck. I said, "You are not stuck. You are only stuck in your feeling." I instructed him to construct a scene that would imply his desire had already been fulfilled. He imagined shaking the hand of a new employer, hearing the words, "You're hired," and feeling the pride of accomplishment. Every night, he entered that scene. Within weeks, a company he had never even contacted reached out with an offer, double the salary. What changed? Not the world. His feeling changed. He stopped being the man who waited, and became the man who had. I tell you again, if you can feel it, you can manifest it. You do not need to manipulate people, force circumstances, or wait for some perfect alignment of stars. You simply need to enter the state of the wish fulfilled, and remain there. The world will conform, for it always does. You are the operant power. Nothing comes into your world but what you assume and accept as true. And assumption, once felt as fact, becomes fact. This is the law. This is the teaching of all the great mystics, clothed in different words, but pointing to the same truth. You are creating reality by what you feel to be true about yourself, about others, about life itself. So choose wisely and feel deliberately. If you want love, feel loved. Do not wait for someone to love you. Be the one who feels love now. Imagine what it feels like to be cherished, valued, adored. Walk in that feeling. Speak from that place. Love will come, for you have become the vibration of love itself. If you want health, feel healthy. Not someday, now. Feel the joy of vitality. Feel the ease in your body. Imagine the doctor saying, "All is well." Hear it, believe it, feel it. If you want freedom, feel free. Not in some distant future, but in this very moment. Break the chains in your mind, and your outer world will reflect your inner liberation. You are not a victim of fate. You are not subject to chance. You are the master, the chooser, the one who brings heaven or hell into being by your feeling. All the power of the universe is compressed within your own consciousness, and the gateway to its expression is feeling. Let us return to Scripture again. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. It does not say, as a man thinks in his head. It says heart, which is the symbol of feeling. You may say with your lips, "I am wealthy," but if in your heart you feel poor, it is the feeling that will dominate. You must bring the word and the feeling into alignment. Speak what you feel, and feel what you speak. Only then do you create from truth. Now the question arises, but what if I feel fear? What if I feel doubt? Do not resist it. Acknowledge it, and then shift. Feelings are not enemies. They are messengers. If you feel fear, it means you are imagining something you do not want. So stop. Withdraw your attention from that scene, and construct a new one. Enter the feeling of safety, of confidence, of calm. Persist in that. Repetition will solidify the new state. And remember, no feeling lasts unless you sustain it. Sustain only what you want. This is not hard work. In fact, it is the most effortless of all. You are always feeling something. The question is, are you feeling deliberately or by default? Most people feel according to what the outer world tells them. But the magician, the mystic, the true creator, feels according to what they desire, regardless of appearances. And that is why they rise above the world and shape it. So tonight I urge you to begin. Do not wait. Choose one desire, just one, and feel it as though it were already so. Create a scene that implies its fulfillment. Let it be short and vivid. Enter it fully. Make it your home in imagination. Return to it again and again. Sleep in it. Walk in it. Think from it. And do not let the outer world dissuade you. It is only catching up. This is your birthright. This is the secret Jesus taught when he said, "Whatsoever ye desire, believe that ye have received it, and ye shall have it." Believe that you have received it, not that you will, that you have. And belief in its purest form is feeling. I will teach you how to feel it, because feeling is the secret, not action, not strategy, not effort. Feeling, the moment you feel the state of your desire as real, the moment you inwardly consent to its truth, it must come to pass, not by might, not by force, but by the inner certainty of being. Go now, and feel deliberately, feel powerfully, feel as though you already are the one you want to be, and watch the world rearrange itself, in perfect harmony with your inner state. You may wake tomorrow, and see no sign, no evidence of what you have felt the night before, and you may be tempted to say, "It didn't work," but I tell you, never judge by appearances. The seed has already been sown, and what you now see is merely the lingering effect of your old state. Continue to feel the new reality. Let it take root. Persist in the assumption, not with strain, not with effort, but with quiet confidence, with that deep knowing that what you feel with conviction is law to your world. You must understand that the bridge of incidents, those mysterious, often untraceable paths that lead you from your present world to the one you have felt, are not yours to construct. Do not concern yourself with the how. You are not called to build the bridge. You are called to walk across it once it appears. And it will appear, not by your doing, but by the law that answers the feeling. What seems random, accidental, or coincidental will reveal itself, in hindsight, to be divinely orchestrated. But you must first claim the end. Feel it, own it, assume it. Each time you return to the old feeling of lack, of doubt, of fear, you reinforce that former state. But if you discipline yourself, even gently, to remain faithful to the desired state, you will notice a subtle change. You'll begin to feel different, not because the world has changed, but because you have changed. And when you change, the world must follow. The law is not partial. It does not fail. It simply responds to the predominant feeling within you. You see, the imagination is not some whimsical fantasy land. It is the workshop of God. It is where reality begins. And you are the craftsman, the dreamer of dreams. But dreams do not come true because you simply wish them to. They come true because you dare to feel them as real. When you do this, you move from mere desiring into assuming, from hoping into knowing, from imagining into creating. This is the sacred alchemy of consciousness, the transmutation of invisible substance into visible form. I urge you, in your quiet moments, especially before you sleep, to withdraw from the world of facts and enter the world of assumption. Let the body relax, let the mind grow still, and let your attention be gently directed toward that which you wish to be, not with struggle, not with analysis, but with ease. Imagine a scene that would take place after your desire is fulfilled. Not the process, only the result. If it is marriage you want, see the ring on your finger. If it is success, feel the congratulations. If it is health, sense the vitality in your limbs. Do not overthink it. Do not make it complicated. Let it be simple, natural, alive, and most of all, feel it.
This practice is not reserved for the few. It is not some mystical gift given to saints or sages. It is the right and ability of every man, woman, and child. You were born with this power. You are using it now, whether you realize it or not. Every state you occupy is producing its harvest. So choose your state by choosing your feeling. What you feel yourself to be is what you become. You may say, "But I don't know how to sustain the feeling." I say, practice. Like a musician training the ear or an athlete training the body, you must train your soul to dwell in the state of the wish fulfilled. Begin with short moments. A few minutes here, a few minutes there. Return to it often. In time, it will become your dwelling place. It will feel more real than the world outside. And when it does, the world outside will catch up. You are not here to conform to the world, you are here to transform it. But you cannot transform anything while feeling yourself a victim of circumstance. You must rise inwardly. You must ascend the ladder of being through feeling. Each rung is a new state. Each state brings new experiences. You do not change the world by force. You change yourself, and the world reflects your change. When I tell you to feel the wish fulfilled, I am asking you to become the person who already possesses what you desire. To think from it, to feel from it, to move through the world as though it were already yours. Not to pretend, not to fake, but to embody it with sincerity and faith. When you do this, you will find that your desires are not something you must chase. They are drawn to you, for you have become their embodiment. You must also learn the art of detachment. Not detachment from desire, but from outcome. Once you have felt it real, once you have accepted the state, do not strain for results. Let the feeling rest within you like a seed in the earth. Trust the law. Let life flow. Know that the manifestation is already in motion. You need not dig up the seed to check if it's growing. Your job is to feel it real, and then to live your life with the quiet confidence that it must come to pass. Many of you are waiting for a sign to believe, but the sign comes after the belief. First you believe through feeling, and then the sign appears. The feeling is the cause, the sign is the effect. To reverse this is to wait forever. So begin within. Begin now. Your world is your mirror. You do not see what is. You see who you are. Change who you are in feeling, and what you see will change automatically. A fearful person sees threats. A joyful person sees blessings. A loving person sees beauty. The lens is internal. Adjust it, and the picture adjusts itself. In the stillness of your mind, begin to hear the words you wish to hear. Imagine the sounds, the voices, the laughter that would surround your fulfilled desire. Let it be vivid. Let it be detailed. Let it be emotionally rich. Do not simply think it, feel it. Let the scene impress itself upon your soul. Then let it go. Trust that the impression will produce its expression. Your feelings are prayers, not the words you utter with your lips, but the feelings you carry in your heart. These are your true invocations, and they are always answered according to their nature. If your prayer is one of lack, you receive more lack. If it is one of fulfillment, you receive fulfillment. So bless your desire by feeling it is already done. Give thanks for it, not in advance of its arrival, but in recognition that it is already yours. Do not confuse effort with effectiveness. It is not struggle that brings results, it is surrender to the feeling. It is the quiet, confident assumption that what you have imagined is already a fact in your world. When you no longer need to force it, when you no longer need to ask if it's working, that is when it is working. That is when it begins to move from the unseen into the seen. The great secret is this: reality is not created by outer action but by inner conviction. What you are convinced of, deep in your bones, in your breath, in your heart, is what you manifest. And conviction comes from feeling. You cannot be convinced of something and not feel it. The two are inseparable. So if you wish to change your world, you must first change your conviction. And you do that through feeling. Now if you say, "But I've tried and it didn't work," I ask you, what did you feel? Did you feel the lack of it? Or did you feel the joy of already having it? You cannot deceive the law. It gives you not what you want, but what you are in consciousness. You must be honest with yourself. Trace your feelings. Examine your reactions. What are you truly accepting as real? That is your state, and that is what must change. So let us not just talk about this. Let us do it. Close your eyes even now, and let yourself drift into the end. What do you want? What do you long for? Feel it now. Step into the scene that implies it is done. Hear the words, see the faces, sense the atmosphere. Now feel the joy, the relief, the gratitude of already being there. Let it fill your being. Let it saturate your body. This is not fantasy. This is creation. You are doing it now. You are planting the seed, and the harvest is inevitable. Remain in that state. Let nothing shake you. Let no outer appearance tempt you back into doubt. You are the one with the power. You are the one who imagines. You are the one who feels. And because you feel it, it must be. Not someday, not maybe, but surely, certainly, lawfully. As you continue to dwell in that feeling, a strange and beautiful thing happens. You begin to forget the old state. It no longer fits. It no longer feels like home. You have moved inwardly, and the outer must move with you. What once felt impossible begins to feel natural. What once seemed distant becomes familiar. And then one day, without effort, without striving, you look around and realize it is done. In that moment, you don't celebrate because something external has changed. You celebrate because the outer has finally caught up with what you've known all along. The world simply reflects your sustained inner state.
And when that state becomes your dwelling place, reality bends to meet it. The phone call comes. The opportunity presents itself. The person shows up. Not because you chased them down, but because you changed who you were in consciousness. And they had no choice but to respond to the new vibration you radiated. You must now realize that all creation is finished. The moment you desire a thing, it already exists. It exists in the invisible, in that higher realm of imagination and feeling. You are not creating something from nothing. You are selecting from the infinite possibilities already prepared for you. Just as a radio does not create music, but simply tunes into a frequency, you are tuning into the reality you desire by way of your inner state. When you change the frequency, the song changes, and the frequency is your feeling. So if you persist in the feeling of already being what you want to be, you are tuning into the experience of that state. The longer you dwell in that feeling, the more naturally it begins to express itself through you. You no longer need to remind yourself of what you want, you have become it. And that becoming is what moves the unseen into the seen. You may not realize how powerful your acceptance is. The very moment you accept something as true within yourself, you set in motion a chain of events that is far beyond your understanding. A whisper in the heart becomes a conversation on the street. A feeling in your soul becomes a change in your bank account. A moment of gratitude in the silence becomes a healed relationship. But the outer event is never the cause. It is the echo. The origin is always within. Do not be disheartened when the world does not change instantly. It is not meant to. The world is slow, dense, heavy. It takes time to catch up with what you feel instantly. That is why you must live by inner vision, not outer sight. You are not called to observe, you are called to assume. And that assumption must be felt as real, so deeply, so naturally, that you cannot help but live from it, speak from it, and act as though it were already true. Many of you are tempted to argue with the current facts of your life. But facts are not truth. They are merely reflections of previous feelings, hardened into visible form. If you argue with the fact, you remain in bondage to the past. But if you disregard appearances and claim the truth of your new state, you rise above the world and call forth a higher order of reality. And that truth is felt, not seen. The more you feel from the end, the more the world must yield to your inner conviction. Circumstances will shift. People will behave differently. Opportunities will unfold with such precision that you will know, without a doubt, that something greater is guiding it all. That greater something is your own imagination, aligned with your feeling. And when those two are in harmony, nothing is impossible to you. What will you choose to feel tonight? Not what will you wish for, not what will you hope to see, but what will you feel as real in your heart? That is the beginning of your creation. That is the seed of your new world. And though no man may see it, though no sign may yet appear, rest assured, it is done. The feeling is the evidence, the assumption is the cause, and the world must bow to it, for it has no choice but to follow the inner blueprint you have laid down. Do not wait for others to agree with you. Do not wait for the world to give you permission. Do not wait for the perfect conditions to begin. You begin now with feeling. You begin now with imagination. You begin now by entering into the state of the wish fulfilled. And once you have entered, remain there. Do not visit, live there. Let it be your new identity, your new home, your new reality. And the old world will pass away, and all things shall be made new. You are not learning how to create. You are learning how to feel, for the feeling is the creation. When you feel a thing deeply enough, consistently enough, the creation is complete. The delay you experience is not a delay in the creation, it is a delay in your recognition. You are waiting to see it before you believe it. But the law demands that you believe it, feel it, before you see it. So feel with intention, feel with clarity, feel with love. If your desire does not thrill you in feeling, it will not move the law into action. Let it come alive within you. Let the emotion flood your being. Let the joy, the peace, the excitement of already having it become the atmosphere of your soul. And in that atmosphere, miracles grow. Do not fear the delay. It is only the space between inner knowing and outer unfolding. It is the gap between seed and harvest. But the harvest is sure, if the seed is real. And the seed is the feeling, not the fleeting wish or the momentary thought, but the sustained assumption, felt as fact. Every great life, every success story, every healing, every breakthrough began with a man or woman who dared to feel something new, something greater, something already done. And they held to that feeling, even when the world told them otherwise. They were not greater than you. They were not more gifted or more deserving. They were simply more faithful to the feeling. And that faith became substance. That feeling became fact. You must now do the same. Take the power back from the world and return it to where it always belonged, in you. You are not subject to the world. The world is subject to you, and you rule it through your feeling. So feel with intention, feel with discipline, feel with love. For what you feel you become, and what you become, you inevitably see. So I leave you with this eternal truth. Nothing is more powerful than your feeling. Not circumstance, not logic, not the opinions of others. If you would only dare to feel your wish fulfilled, persist in it, surrender to it, embody it, then no force on earth could stop its manifestation. You are not here to beg from life, you are here to command it, not through effort or force, but through the silent authority of feeling. That feeling is your prayer, your seed, your creation. And when you honor it with belief, when you live from it, as though it were already so, the universe must obey. It is not a matter of if, it is a matter of law. So feel it now, feel it deeply, and never forget, the world will always reflect what you dare to feel as true.
Let them go. Let every tether, every lingering attachment to those who doubted your becoming fall away like dust in the wind. You were never meant to convince anyone to stay, nor were you created to bear the burden of being understood. Your destiny is too sacred, your vision too vast to be confined by the expectations of those who cannot see what you carry within. There comes a moment in every soul's awakening when you must close the door, not out of anger, but out of reverence for the divine unfolding within you. You are stepping into a breakthrough that calls for the power of focus, the brilliance of inner attention, and the majestic knowing that everything you desire is already yours in the unseen. Your future is not tied to anyone who walked away. Release them with a blessing and turn your face inward toward the boundless kingdom of imagination. This is where your true journey begins. Not in the noise of what they say or the memories that haunt, but in the stillness where you hear the whisper of your own spirit reminding you that you are unlimited. Every single thing you seek, a miracle, a door opening where there was only a wall, wealth, joy, companionship, healing, must first be claimed in consciousness. That is the sacred law of creation. You conceive it inwardly. Feel the reality of it even when all evidence argues otherwise. And then you let the outer world rearrange itself to mirror your inner conviction. Do not fear their departure. Let them go so completely that it is as though they were never part of your story. There is a deeper solitude that is not loneliness but holy power. In that solitude you discover the truest company of all, the spark of God within your own being. This presence waits for your attention, waits for you to stop explaining yourself to those who cannot yet hear your frequency. You owe no one an apology for choosing yourself. For far too long you have watered dead plants, hoping they would bloom, poured out your life to validate those who never saw your worth. Today you withdraw your energy from all that drains you and invest with fierce devotion in the expansion of your inner world. The great breakthrough you've prayed for begins when you honor your imagination as the birthplace of all reality. Think of yourself as the person you long to be. Feel the emotions of already having what your outer senses deny. Walk throughout your day, not as the one waiting for change, but as the one who already possesses it. Assume with the quiet boldness of a mystic that everything has shifted in your favor. Let your heart beat with the confidence of someone who has stepped through the door, even if no one else believes it. You hold fast, you persist, you live in the end result, knowing the unseen currents are working tirelessly to bring into form what you have felt in silence. There will be tests. People will return to distract you. Situations will arise to pull you back into old patterns. The voice of doubt will hiss its poisonous suggestions. But you, awakened soul, must choose again and again to remain faithful to the inner vision. When you learn to let go not just of people but of versions of yourself that no longer resonate, you create space for unprecedented good to flow to you. Breakthrough is not loud or dramatic. It is often a quiet shift in perception, a sacred decision that you will no longer abandon yourself for anyone or anything. You will no longer wait to be chosen, because you now realize you were chosen the day you were born. Focus on you, not in a selfish way, but in a holy way. Focus on cultivating emotions of gratitude before the manifestation arrives. Focus on speaking to yourself with tenderness, rewriting the narrative that once said you were unworthy. Focus on carrying yourself with the dignity of someone who knows their imagination is God within, creating through them. All around you things will appear to be the same for a time, but within you, worlds are being formed. New timelines are opening up. Invisible doors are swinging wide. Keep your vision pure. Let them go. Let the past go. Let the doubt go. And sink deeply into the knowing that you are now becoming the embodiment of your highest desire. Those who are meant to walk with you in this next season will recognize you not by words but by vibration. You will not need to chase them, convince them, or contort yourself to fit their expectations. The radiance of your inner alignment will draw everything to you in divine order. Let that be your confidence. Let that be your peace. You are allowed to quietly withdraw, to face the mirror, and to rebuild your inner temple until it reflects the beauty of your true self. Focus on nurturing that unseen garden, for soon the world will witness in astonishment what you have known all along, that your breakthrough began the moment you stopped holding on to what was and began rejoicing in what already is within. There comes a time in every evolving soul's journey where you are faced with a sacred and unavoidable choice, to cling to what has been familiar or to release it so you may rise into what you are truly destined to become. This moment does not always arrive with warning. Sometimes it is a quiet realization dawning in your spirit. Other times it erupts as a sudden inner awakening that shakes the very foundation of your world. You look at the people around you, the stories you have told yourself, the identities you've worn like armor, and you recognize that some of them have begun to feel heavy. They may have once been your source of comfort, your inspiration, your purpose even, but now you sense a growing dissonance. Something is calling you to go higher. Something deep within you is whispering that your next level cannot be reached until you surrender the attachments that have become chains disguised as companionship. These people, habits, and emotional bonds did not always appear as obstacles. In truth, many of them were gifts for a season. Some entered your life to mirror your deepest insecurities, so that you could grow beyond them. Others were teachers of patience, of trust, of love, of discernment. Still others were companions across a particular stretch of your journey, offering warmth and camaraderie that soothed your heart when you needed it most. But spiritual ascension requires evolution, and evolution demands release. Holding on to someone out of fear of being alone, manufacturing connection out of guilt or nostalgia, or shrinking yourself so that you do not outshine those unwilling to grow, becomes a violation of your own destiny. The moment you realize that your expansion is being silently suffocated by your attachments, you are presented with a divine invitation. Let them go, not with bitterness, but with profound gratitude. Honor them for the role they played in your unfolding, but recognize with clarity that their part in your story has come to a beautiful and necessary end. This process of release is rarely comfortable. Your human heart is wired for connection. You remember the laughter, the memories, the countless ways you intertwined your identity with theirs. You may ask yourself if letting go is selfish, harsh, or even cruel. But there is a truth under these questions that cannot be ignored. Clinging to who people used to be while ignoring who they are choosing to remain keeps you trapped. Every moment you bend, dilute, or delay your growth for the sake of preserving an old attachment, you betray the sacred responsibility you have to your own becoming. This does not mean you stop loving. In fact, it means you love more fiercely than ever. But you love yourself first. You love yourself enough to no longer abandon your calling in order to maintain connections that no longer nourish your higher path. You send them love, but you reclaim your power. The energy of attachment often masquerades as loyalty, but deeper examination reveals it is frequently rooted in fear. The fear that you will not find anyone else who understands you. The fear that you will never be loved the same way again. The fear of stepping into the unknown without the safety net of familiar faces and roles. Yet destiny does not thrive in comfort zones. Destiny thrives in surrender. You must be willing to walk away from tables where your worth is constantly questioned. Your brilliance is dimmed and your spirit is stifled. You must be bold enough to declare that you are no longer available for relationships that require you to play small. When you do, the universe rushes in to fill the space you courageously created with people, opportunities, and experiences that match the vibrational frequency of your new becoming. Letting someone go does not always mean removing them from your life physically. It often begins internally. It is a sacred shift in perception where you detach from needing their validation, attention, or permission to be who you truly are. You begin unplugging your self-worth from their opinions. You stop leaking your energy by endlessly replaying conversations, seeking closure, or trying to convince them of your value. You recognize that the freedom you desire comes from within. Attachment binds you not because someone is holding you back, but because you have yet to release your emotional dependency on their presence or approval. The moment you say, "I release this person to walk their path as I walk mine," a great unlocking occurs in your spirit. You begin to feel lighter. Your intuition becomes sharper. Your imagination becomes fertile again with divine ideas. Inner pathways once blocked by emotional entanglement open up, and inspiration flows where stagnation once stood. As you continue to grow in spiritual consciousness, you notice that people respond to your release in various ways. Some drift away naturally with little friction, as though the universe rearranged your paths with divine timing. Others may resist the change, attempting to guilt you, reminding you of the good times or accusing you of no longer caring. These reactions are reflections of their own attachments and must not deter you. Your liberation is not up for negotiation. You do not need to explain your evolution to those who refuse to evolve. Let them speak. Let them misunderstand you. Let them weave stories about why you are choosing distance. Your work is not to change their perspective, but to preserve your own energy for your journey forward. The more you choose yourself, the more you will witness a remarkable realignment. People who respect your boundaries, honor your worth, and encourage your growth will begin to appear. New doors will open. Each release becomes an act of spiritual trust, a declaration that you believe so deeply in your inner vision that you're willing to detach from anyone and anything that does not harmonize with it. Do not rush the process. Letting go requires tenderness. You may cry, grieve, and reminisce. Allow the waves of emotion to rise and fall without clinging to them. Healing is not linear. One day you may feel free and powerful, the next you might yearn for the comfort of what was. Be gentle with yourself. Return again and again to your deepest intention, to become the fullest, highest version of yourself. Your commitment to that intention will strengthen your resolve each time doubt tries to creep back in. Remind yourself that you are not losing anyone. You are gaining yourself. You are making room for divine replacements and miraculous connections you cannot yet imagine. The universe abhors a vacuum. Whatever you release is always replaced with something greater, richer, more aligned, if you do so with faith rather than fear. One of the most liberating experiences is waking up one day and realizing that you are no longer emotionally entangled in dynamics that used to consume you. You don't feel the need to check up on them, impress them, or involve yourself in their journeys. You bless them silently and move mindfully toward your own horizon. This freedom is not born of indifference. It is born of deep spiritual maturity. It means you have shifted your attachment from people to purpose. You now recognize that your greatest allegiance is to the dream planted inside you by the divine. When you choose this alignment, your energy becomes magnetic. You no longer chase. You attract. You no longer cling. You receive. Doors open not because someone else believes in you, but because you believe in yourself. Opportunities gravitate toward the frequency of your self-trust. Whole new chapters unfold because you finally put down the old story that life must revolve around keeping others comfortable. Every person you release lovingly becomes a stepping stone in your transformation. You take the lessons, the memories, and the gratitude, but you do not carry their expectations. You stand rooted in the knowing that your breakthrough requires space. Space for solitude. Space for clarity. Space for you to hear the voice of your own intuition again. When you were entangled, your inner voice may have been drowned out by their opinions. Now your inner guidance comes through like a trumpet, declaring the direction of your destiny. Follow it without hesitation. Do not look back with regret. The way forward is blessed. As you let go of attachments, you will feel the profound serenity that comes from living in alignment with your spirit. And when the moment comes, and it will, when you stand in the very breakthrough you sensed all along, you will understand why you needed to release them in order to rise. To turn inward is to return home, to redirect the power of your attention from the distractions of the outer world back to the boundless sanctuary of your own consciousness. In a world that constantly urges you to look outward for validation, applause, and direction, this feels almost revolutionary. Yet it is the most natural movement of the soul. Within you lies the source of all creation, the divine spark through which all things are made and sustained. The moment you begin to honor this inner reality above all else, you reclaim the throne of your own life. You realize that everything you once chased outside of you, success, love, peace, prosperity, healing, was quietly waiting inside, longing to be acknowledged and expressed through your imagination and belief. The outward gaze is seductive. It offers the thrill of comparison, the rush of approval, the drama of the senses. It convinces you that your destiny is dependent on external forces, on what others think, on how circumstances unfold, on whether doors open or remain shut. But when you live with your attention scattered in the external world, you become a beggar to life rather than a creator of reality. You react rather than originate. You search for signs, for proof, for evidence before you allow yourself to believe. Yet the true alchemy of breakthrough operates in reverse. First you believe inwardly, then your world rearranges itself to reflect that inner conviction. This is why turning inward is not optional for those determined to manifest transformation. It is the very birthplace of miracle. To focus within is to choose stillness over noise. It means you become more interested in the mood of your inner man than in the momentum of the outer world. You begin to notice that the quality of your thoughts, the emotions you dwell upon, and the assumptions you habitually accept are not passive experiences, they are creative acts. Every thought, intentionally or unintentionally, becomes a seed planted in the soil of your subconscious. Turned inward, you become the careful gardener of your own destiny. You select only those thoughts that align with your desire. You cultivate emotional states that match the reality you wish to experience. You guard against fearful suggestions, knowing that they too will harden into fact if entertained too long. Attention is power. Wherever you place it becomes your experience. So you withdraw it from what you do not want and lavish it upon the unseen reality you are ready to give birth to. This inner work requires courage. It demands that you step away from the chorus of voices that have defined your worth and dared to limit your potential. You quiet them not with anger but with sovereignty. You sit with yourself in sacred silence, not running from your shadows but illuminating them with awareness. In that place of honest introspection, you begin to see yourself more clearly, not as the world has conditioned you, but as the divine creator you truly are. You recognize that your assumptions about yourself have been shaping your world all along. If you have believed yourself unworthy, your world supplied endless evidence of rejection. If you believed yourself poor, your outer world responded with lack. But as you shift your inner definition, reality must follow. You turn inward to imagine yourself as you long to be, not someday, but now. You evoke the feeling of already being that person, already possessing that life, already living that dream. This inner assumption becomes your new truth, regardless of appearances. You persist until your inner conviction becomes effortless knowing. Then, the doors swing open. Turning inward does not mean denying the outer world. It means refusing to let it dictate your inner state. You interact with life while remaining rooted in your imagined reality. You walk with confidence even when nothing seems to be changing. You speak kindly to yourself even when results are delayed. You cherish your inner vision even when mocked for your faith. Because you understand a secret, that only the inwardly focused know appearances are temporary and malleable. Consciousness is eternal and supreme. What you consistently feel and believe within must express itself without. Therefore, your real work is to maintain inner alignment. Not to force outcomes, not to manipulate others, not to beg or persuade, but simply to remain true to your internal assumption. This unwavering self-loyalty is the soil in which miracles grow. In the quiet of inward focus, you will also discover an untapped reservoir of guidance. What the world calls intuition is in truth the voice of God within. It whispers ideas, urges shifts in direction, brings inspired notions to your mind that lead you toward the fulfillment of your desire. When you are scattered outwardly, this guidance is drowned out by the clamor of fear and social noise. But when you consistently return to the silence within, you begin to hear clearly. You receive flashes of insight, inner promptings, sudden peace. You follow them not because they make logical sense, but because they feel aligned with your deeper knowing. As you obey these inner nudges, life begins to unfold with uncanny precision. Synchronicities occur. Right people arrive. Unexpected doors open. What once seemed impossible now feels inevitable, not because you chased it, but because you aligned with it inwardly. Turning inward also heals. Many carry wounds inflicted by the outer world. Words that diminished their confidence, experiences that shattered their trust, betrayals that left scars on their spirit. They look outside themselves for closure, apology, or revenge. Yet true healing begins when you cease waiting for external resolutions and instead choose to shift your internal narrative. You declare, I am whole, I am loved, I am powerful, I am secure. You repeat these truths until they sink deep into your subconscious mind. You feel into them until they become your reality. In doing so, you reclaim your identity from the past. You refuse to define yourself by what happened to you and instead define yourself by what you choose to become. Thus, turning inward is not an escape. It is a radical act of reclamation. You gather all the fragmented parts of yourself that were strewn across past disappointments, and you unify them in a new self-concept that becomes your point of creation. Daily life becomes your practice ground. With each moment, you ask yourself not, what is happening out there, but rather, what am I accepting in here? You train your attention to remain inside even as you navigate the world. Instead of reacting to the world, you respond from a place of inner mastery. If someone doubts you, you do not internalize the sting. You hear their words, but feel within yourself the security of someone already successful, already worthy, already chosen. Their doubt bounces off the shield of your inner certainty. If circumstances appear bleak, you do not collapse into worry. You acknowledge the appearance and then declare inwardly, this too shall pass, for I know who I am. You close your eyes when needed, breathe deeply, and return to the state of your fulfilled desire. In this way, turning inward becomes a constant, gentle discipline, a continual return to truth whenever illusion tries to claim your attention. As you grow more practiced at turning inward, something extraordinary happens. You begin to notice that what once required effort now becomes effortless. You no longer need to force yourself to imagine success. It becomes natural, automatic. You no longer need to struggle to feel worthy. You simply are. Your assumptions shift permanently. You live in a state of confidence, peace, and assurance no matter what appears. This is not arrogance, it is mastery. You have tasted the power of inner alignment and witnessed its outer expression. You know with unshakable certainty that everything in your world is a mirror of your inner world. So you tend to that inner world with reverence, cleaning up your thoughts like precious rooms in a sacred temple. You choose thoughts of love, abundance, joy, and security. You choose emotions that enliven and energize. You become your own source of joy, no longer dependent on anything outside of you to feel fulfilled. And naturally, life begins to overflow with reflectors of that inner joy. People, success, romance, wealth, opportunities, all flowing to you without strain. Turning inward also liberates you from the tyranny of time. No longer do you wait anxiously, wondering when your desire will manifest. Instead, you understand that in taking possession inwardly, you already have it. Time becomes irrelevant, because you are now living in the experience of your desire internally. In that inward energy, you act naturally from the version of yourself who already possesses your breakthrough. You move differently, speak differently, expect differently. Reality bends to meet this new version of you. Time becomes your servant, arranging events with perfect synchronicity to bring what you hold within into form without. Those who remain trapped in the outward focus may think it sudden. They will call it luck, favor, even magic. But you will know it was law. It was your commitment to inner alignment that made the invisible visible. So as you learn to turn inward again and again, you become unmoved by fluctuations in the outer world. You smile at delays, knowing that appearances have no authority over your destiny. You hold fast to your inner world with devotion, and in doing so you become the master of your fate. You create not by striving but by assuming. You win not by competing but by imagining. You thrive not by hustling but by knowing. The outer world becomes a beautiful dance choreographed by your inner convictions, and it all begins the moment you decide, with steadfast resolve, to focus within, to trust the power that breathes you, guides you, and manifests through you the life you have already claimed in your heart. Creation in its truest form does not begin with the things you touch, the money you exchange, or the circumstances that greet your physical senses. It begins with the invisible realm of thought and feeling, a realm so powerful that it shapes galaxies and determines destinies. When you come to realize that every manifestation in your outer world once existed in the unseen corridors of imagination, you awaken to your true role as creator. No longer do you view yourself as someone at the mercy of life's random waves. Instead, you rise as the one who causes those waves by the silent authority of your inner life. Inner imagination is not fantasy. It is spiritual fact in its embryonic stage, waiting only for your belief to nurture it into visibility. The world you see is the solidified residue of what someone once dared to imagine and feel. When you honor this truth, you begin to treat your inner world with sacred reverence, knowing that what you plant there will become your lived experience. To create begins with desire. But desire alone is not enough to bring a thing to pass. Desire must be infused with feeling, the rich, vivid sensory experience of already possessing your answered prayer. You must see it with your mind's eye, hear its sounds, bask in its sweetness. You must taste the joy and breathe the relief of it as though it were your current reality. This is not pretending or daydreaming. It is assuming the state of the wish fulfilled. You close your eyes and step into that state with such conviction that your imagination becomes more real to you than the physical facts your senses report. You must refuse to wait for evidence in order to believe. That is backward. Belief comes first. Knowing comes first. You dare to feel rich when no money lies in your purse. You dare to feel loved when no relationship yet stands beside you. You dare to carry yourself as healed while symptoms persist. This kind of bold inner creation is the mark of a spiritual master. The world, if you let it, will mock such inner creation, labeling it delusion or foolish optimism. But every great breakthrough, innovation, feat of genius, or expansion of human experience was once a vision held in a single mind. That mind refused to betray its inner knowing. It persisted, often long before anyone else could see the possibility. Stories of such faith become legend because few are courageous enough to maintain belief without visible proof. Yet you, awakened soul, are being invited not simply to admire such stories but to embody them. You are being called to use your own imagination deliberately, not as a chamber of worry or replaying past pains, but as a sacred workshop where you vividly fashion the life you choose to live. You are called to imagine lovingly and boldly, knowing that what you imagine with feeling must come to pass. Inner imagination and belief are powerful not in a distant theoretical sense, but in a practical day-by-day application. Each morning you can create anew. You close your eyes, even if only for a minute, and sink into a reality where your desires are already fulfilled. You feel the sensations of success, abundance, union, wellness. You carry the consciousness of it throughout your day, as though it were your most precious possession. When contradictory evidence appears, as it often will, testing your resolve, you do not collapse or diminish your inner vision. Instead, you hold it more fiercely. You persist gently. You return inwardly to your chosen state again and again, regardless of how many times the outer world seems to deny it. Persistence in imagination is the secret ingredient that separates fleeting wishes from solidified outcomes. A seed planted must be watered and protected before it sprouts. Likewise, a desire held in mind must be nurtured by faith until it is ready to break forth into your living reality. Belief is not passive. It is an active force. It is a conscious decision to occupy a certain state of being. Ask yourself, who would I be if my desire were already true? How would I think? How would I behave? How would I feel as I went about my day? When you answer truthfully and begin to live from that inner state, you collapse the distance between what is and what could be. The universe responds to your energetic signature, not your spoken words alone. So even if you say affirmations, do not say them from a place of lack or desperation. Say them as declarations of truth, spoken from the done. Feel them saturate your being. See the world from the vantage point of already having what you once longed for. The more natural it becomes to live in the end, the faster the outer world must reshape itself to match that end. There's an elegance to this process. It requires no struggle, no frantic action, no manipulation of external conditions. Action may come, yes, but it will be inspired, flowing effortlessly from your inner assumption. You will feel moved to certain behaviors, conversations, treatments, investments, or creative efforts, not out of anxiety, but from alignment. You feel compelled because you already believe in the inner reality. You walk as one who knows, and therefore your steps are ordered. People call such unfolding coincidence or luck, but you recognize the invisible hand guiding your path, your own imagination working in harmony with divine law. Often what delays manifestation is not a lack of desire, but a divided mind. You vacillate between belief and doubt, imagining the best one moment and fearing the worst the next. The key is to discipline your inner life until it becomes unwavering. You must choose again and again to dwell in the feeling of your wish fulfilled. No matter how often fear whispers in your ear, you silence that fear not by force, but by replacing it with a vision so compelling, so beautiful, that your whole being relaxes into it. When you consistently feed your imagination with faith-filled images and feel them deeply, your subconscious mind accepts them as fact. From that moment, manifestation becomes inevitable. The outer world will conspire to bring you experiences that align with what you have already accepted inwardly. Even obstacles become stepping stones. What once seemed like delays now appear as precise timing. You meet just the right person at just the perfect hour. Resources flow seemingly from nowhere. Opportunities bloom where there was once only barren land. You smile to yourself, for you know none of it is accidental. You created it first in consciousness. If you wish to change your life, start with imagination. Stop rehearsing old dramas. Do not use your mind to dwell in what you fear. Only imagine what you love. Many unknowingly reverse this process, imagining trouble, scarcity, betrayal, repeating painful scenarios in their minds. They feel it, and thus by the same law produce it in their experience. You must become vigilant. Guard the garden of your mind from weeds. Plant only seeds that you want to grow. Tune out the doubters and naysayers, sometimes gently, sometimes firmly. Their disbelief is not your concern. Your concern is the sanctuary of your inner world. Keep it radiant, fertile, rich with visions of good. Then trust the process. Do not peer anxiously every day to see if your desire is blooming. Remain inwardly convinced and allow time to serve you, unfolding your manifestation in perfect order. When it arrives, you will find yourself unsurprised, for you have already lived it 1,000 times in the invisible realm. Know this: belief does not mean you never have a moment of doubt. It means that even when doubt comes, you quickly return to your chosen state. You do not make doubt your dwelling place. You practice the art of mentally revising any negative impression, replacing it with a vision of what you truly desire. If a conversation goes wrong, you replay it in imagination as you wish it had gone, feeling peace. If you receive disturbing news, you rewrite it inwardly, imagining a different outcome. You do this not as escapism, but as creation. You understand that your revision in imagination has the power to alter what comes next in the outer sequence of events. Thus you take back your authority, moment by moment, sculpting reality from the inside out. Creation begins and ends with consciousness. Everything you will ever behold first lived in the invisible realm of thought and belief. And because you are made in the image of the creative power, your imagination is not a toy but a tool of unimaginable potency. When you make peace with this truth, you become unstoppable. You no longer plead with life, you decide. You no longer wait, you assume. You no longer beg, you feel from the end. You become the architect of your world. And as you faithfully hold your vision and nurture it with unwavering belief, everything necessary to its fulfillment will be attracted to you, not by force but by the magnetic power of your inner conviction. Solitude is one of the holiest gifts given to a soul on the brink of transformation. Yet many resist it, misunderstanding its purpose. They view being alone as evidence that something is missing, that life is not unfolding as it should, that they have somehow been forgotten or left behind. Their hearts ache for constant connection, noise, movement, and activity, because silence feels unfamiliar. But what if solitude is not punishment at all? What if it is preparation? What if those hours, days, and seasons when you find yourself walking alone are not proof of abandonment, but proof that you are being set apart for something sacred? There is a power born only in the quiet spaces where you are stripped of distractions, surrounded not by the voices of others, but by the steady whisper of your own eternal self. In that solitude, you come face to face with your deepest truths. You discover what you truly desire, what you truly fear, and what you must finally release so that you can grow. To embrace solitude is to reclaim your identity from the expectations and energies of others. When you are perpetually surrounded by people, no matter how loving they may be, It becomes easy to unconsciously shape yourself to fit their rhythms, their beliefs, their demands, even their fears. You speak and move in ways that ensure approval, making small compromises of spirit until one day you scarcely recognize yourself. Solitude interrupts this cycle. It brings you back to your original frequency. You sit with yourself long enough to hear the sound of your own voice again. Not the voice that panders or performs, but the voice that rises from your core, saturated with wisdom, truth, and divine inspiration. You begin to remember who you are beyond the roles you play. You are not simply a friend, partner, sibling, or colleague. You are the living embodiment of creative power experiencing itself. You are eternal consciousness wrapped in human form. These realizations flourish not in crowds but in silence, meditated upon in the depths of your inner world. In solitude, you are invited to explore the realm of imagination with reverent curiosity. Instead of filling the quiet with music, social media, or endless conversations, you surrender to the beauty of being still. In that stillness, you close your eyes and allow yourself to imagine the life you truly desire, not the life that others think you should want, but the one that ignites your spirit. You picture it in vivid detail, feeling the reality of it pressing upon your awareness. You experiment with new assumptions about yourself. What if you are worthy? What if you are truly abundant? What if love is your natural state, not something you must chase? As you give yourself permission to dream anew in solitude, your subconscious mind begins to accept these new truths. From that acceptance, a new life inevitably begins to take shape. This is why solitude is sacred. It is the womb of creation. It holds space for visions to germinate before being born into form. Yet solitude does not simply birth dreams. It also refines you. In the absence of distractions, old wounds surface seeking acknowledgement. Fears you once buried rise, seeking healing. Memories and buried emotions drift upward, not to torment you, but to liberate you. It is tempting to avoid this inner confrontation by rushing back into the comfort of company. But if you remain present, breathing through the discomfort, you will find that solitude offers alchemy. You observe your fears without judgment. You release your pain not by distracting yourself, but by allowing it to move through you like a storm finishing its work. When it passes, there is a clear sky inside, a space where peace has replaced pain. In this way, solitude does not break you. It purifies you. It teaches you emotional resilience, self-trust, and spiritual strength that cannot be shaken by outer circumstances. You emerge from such solitude stronger, lighter, and more aligned with the truth of who you are. There is also strategy hidden in solitude. As you commune quietly with your own spirit, you begin to receive flashes of intuition, ideas, solutions, plans, and directions that seem to emerge from nowhere. When you are alone, undistracted, the noise of the world fades and the signal of divine guidance grows louder. You hear what you are meant to create, who you are meant to become, what next steps you are meant to take. These insights are rarely dramatic. Often they are simple yet profound inner nudges. Write that book, start that business, change your diet, call that person, move to that city. Your rational mind may protest, but your spirit recognizes truth and feels a subtle surge of excitement. As you trust and follow these inner instructions without seeking others' validation, your destiny begins to unfold according to divine timing. Each step taken in obedience to inner wisdom leads to opportunities, synchronicities, and transformations that the logical mind could have never orchestrated. This is why solitude is not emptiness. It is divine instruction time. Not everyone will understand your need for solitude. Some may misinterpret it as withdrawal or distance. But you must learn to hold your boundaries gently yet firmly. Explain if you must, but do not apologize. You are not avoiding others out of disdain. You are simply nurturing the very essence that will allow you to serve the world more powerfully. You cannot pour from an empty cup. Seasons of isolation refill your cup with clarity, inspiration, and energy. Those who truly love you will respect this sacred process even if they do not fully comprehend it. Besides, solitude does not need global approval. It only needs your willingness. Become a lover of your own company. Face the mirror with tenderness. Sit with your thoughts without fear. Read, pray, journal, breathe, and most importantly, imagine. In this way, loneliness dissolves and is replaced by presence. You come to recognize that you are never truly alone. The divine dwells within you, and solitude is merely the environment through which you commune uninterrupted with that divinity. The deeper you journey into solitude, the more your outer world begins to shift. People who no longer resonate with your emerging frequency naturally drift away. New connections appear seemingly out of nowhere, individuals whose spirits recognize yours without the need for performance. These relationships are richer, more authentic. They are not built on shared trauma, gossip, or surface-level distractions, but on mutual respect, purpose, and expansion. You meet souls who encourage your growth rather than fear it. They too understand the value of solitude and therefore do not demand constant access to your time and energy. This is the paradox of solitude. When you embrace it without resistance, it rewards you with deeper fellowship. Because you are no longer desperate for company, you attract the kind that nourishes rather than depletes. During seasons of solitude, your creativity flourishes in ways that surprise even you. With fewer external demands on your attention, you awaken talents that were dormant beneath the surface of your busy life. You experiment, write, paint, build, and innovate without fear of judgment. You produce your most authentic work because you are no longer performing. You are expressing, you speak your truth without dilution. You trust your instincts. The sacred quiet surrounding you becomes a powerful incubator for destiny. And when at last you re-emerge from that solitude into the world, you do so empowered, aligned, and carrying the glow of someone who knows themselves. Others feel it, even if they cannot name it, and doors open because of it. Sometimes solitude is not sought, but delivered by divine hands through circumstances. A relationship ends, a job disappears, a friendship fades, or a life season changes seemingly without warning. Initially, this forced solitude might feel harsh or unfair. But in hindsight, you often realize it was the very thing that saved you. It separated you from what would have stunted your growth. It removed you from circles too small for your calling. It pried your fingers from attachments you were afraid to release. And in that newly empty space, it introduced you to your truest self. Thus you come to bless solitude, not as a curse, but as a course correction from the divine. Over time, you may even begin to welcome it when it arrives, knowing that the valley of quiet always leads to new mountains of purpose. Embracing solitude also prepares you for leadership. Those who are destined to lead cannot be overly influenced by the opinions of the crowd. They must know how to stand firm even when misunderstood or criticized. Solitude trains this into you gently. It teaches you to hear your own voice above the roar of collective thought. It teaches you to be anchored internally so that when storms rage externally, you do not lose yourself. Leaders who depend on constant external validation crumble under pressure. But those who have learned to draw strength from solitude remain stable. Their decisions are guided not by fear or popularity, but by conviction. Such leaders shift the world by the power of their presence, and that presence is cultivated in quiet places out of sight. As you learn to love solitude, you find that it no longer feels empty, but rather full of possibility. You stop trying to escape it and begin intentionally seeking it. You carve out sacred time in your day, even amidst a busy life, to return to that inner sanctuary. It may be as simple as rising before dawn, to sit in silence, or spending evenings screen-free in reflection and prayer. These moments become as essential as water and air. They feed your soul, sharpen your vision, and remind you of who you are and where you are going. Your life takes on a rhythm. You go inward to receive, and you go outward to express. In this dance between solitude and engagement, you live with balance. You no longer lose yourself to the demands of the world, because you continually return to yourself in the quiet. Ultimately, solitude reveals that the greatest breakthroughs, revelations, and shifts do not come when the world is loud around you, but when everything falls silent within you. From that silence emerges a kind of knowing that does not need explanation. You simply know. You know you are on the right path. You know your desire is already yours. You know you are guided and supported. You know you are loved by an invisible presence that walks beside you even when no one else does. And from that knowing, you walk forward carrying a peace that cannot be shaken. This peace transforms your energy, your decisions, your relationships, and eventually your entire world. To assume the feeling of already having your desire is to step into a spiritual dimension where your miracle is not merely possible, it is inevitable. This inner act is subtle yet mighty, requiring you to cultivate a state of being that defies appearances, rewrites your subconscious programming, and draws new realities into form. You do not wait for your outer world to give you permission to feel successful, loved, healed, or abundant. Instead, you dare to feel those states in advance, letting the emotions saturate your very being. In doing so, you declare to the universe that you are no longer available for the version of yourself who lacks. You refuse to plead. You refuse to chase. You refuse to identify with anything less than the fulfilled version of your dream. And as you consistently embody that inner vibration, your external circumstances yield in obedience, reorganizing themselves until they reflect the frequency you have chosen to dwell in. Most people live by the rule of the senses. They believe they must see change before they can feel change. This keeps them locked in a cycle of reaction rather than creation. But when you break that cycle by reversing the order, by feeling first and allowing the evidence to catch up, you shift from passive observer to powerful creator. To do this requires imagination, but not imagination divorced from feeling. Rather, you close your eyes and employ all your inner senses to experience the outcome you desire in such vividness that your body responds as though it were real. Your heart rate changes. Your breathing deepens. A calm confidence replaces anxiety. Perhaps you smile with quiet assurance. Perhaps a sense of relief washes over you as though a burden has been lifted. These sensations are not mere fantasy. They are proof that the subconscious has begun to accept a new truth, which is precisely what triggers the chain reaction of manifestation. In this inner realm, your attention is your currency, and feeling is your creative tool. You pay for your new reality by investing attention into the version of you that has already received it. You sit in that feeling for moments or minutes, however long it takes to become natural. At first it may feel awkward or imaginary because your senses are still bombarded with facts that say otherwise. But your persistence dissolves resistance. You gently return again and again to the inner sanctuary where your desire is fulfilled. You do not beg for it, you dwell in it. You do not struggle to maintain it. You relax into it. Over time, this feeling becomes familiar, like slipping into well-worn clothing. You wake up one morning and realize you no longer effort your manifestation. It has become your state of being. Carrying this vibration throughout your day is the next phase. It is not enough to feel fulfilled only during meditation or visualization. You must live from that feeling in every practical moment. If you have assumed the feeling of wealth, you carry yourself with a posture of prosperity, not through ostentatious displays, but through an inner knowing that all your needs are met. You make decisions not out of fear or lack, but out of trust and abundance. If you have assumed the feeling of love, you move through life radiating warmth, compassion, and magnetism. You no longer act desperate, for you know you are already cherished. If you have assumed the feeling of healing, you hold your head high, treat your body with reverence, and speak words of vitality rather than illness. These subtle shifts in behavior and attitude send signals to the universe that your inner transformation is complete. And the universe responds with opportunities, synchronicities, and physical outcomes that align. There will be moments when old feelings try to reclaim you. Moments of doubt, fear, and regression. The world might confront you with situations that contradict your inner assumption. When this happens, do not panic. Understand it as part of the testing ground, the friction that exists between old reality and new creation. Instead of slipping back into the old familiar feeling of not having your desire, use the contradiction as fuel to deepen your conviction. Gently but firmly return to the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Close your eyes briefly, breathe, and remind yourself, it is done. Hold that feeling until peace returns. The outer world must bow to the inner world eventually. That is law. The only thing that can sabotage your manifestation is your own decision to yield to appearances rather than persist in your inner knowing. When you consistently assume the feeling of already having your desire, you trigger a phenomenon that feels like magic but is truly spiritual law. People, places, and things begin to rearrange themselves on your behalf. You find yourself at the right place at the right time, meeting the right person, drawn by a mysterious yet unmistakable current. Money appears from unexpected sources. Opportunities previously blocked suddenly open. Conversations unfold that align perfectly with your hidden intention. To outsiders, it appears coincidental. To you, it is confirmation. You understand you are no longer the version of yourself who wished and hoped. You are the version who knows and receives. Life is no longer something happening to you. It is responding to you. Your dominant emotion has become the architect of your world. In truth, assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled demands a profound level of self-love. Many struggle with this step because they have grown more accustomed to identifying with struggle and unworthiness than with ease and favor. To inhabit the feeling of success, abundance, or joy often requires you to dismantle old narratives about yourself. It requires forgiveness of past mistakes, letting go of limiting beliefs handed down by family, culture, or traumatic experiences. This is why the process is not merely mental, it is deeply emotional. You must feel worthy enough to accept your desire. You must allow that new identity to override everything that came before it. Self-concept is at the heart of this work. If you still secretly believe you are not good enough, you will sabotage any attempt to assume the feeling of your fulfilled state. But if you steadily cultivate a new sense of self, speaking to yourself with kindness, choosing new empowering assumptions, and practicing the feeling of being worthy, the door swings open. You discover that feeling good is not a reward for manifestation, it is the cause of it. Some will be tempted to ask how long they must assume the feeling before results appear. The truest answer is, until it feels natural, until you are no longer waiting. When your inner shift has fully occurred, you will sense a release, a gentle certainty that requires no outer proof. You might even forget about the timing, because you have become so absorbed in the joy of your current felt reality. And it is often soon after reaching that effortless knowing that your desire materializes. Time bends to the frequency of your belief. What takes others years can come to you in moments. But never measure your progress by the calendar. Those who succeed with this inner art do so because they commit wholeheartedly to the feeling, regardless of time. They know that time itself will bend to their inner reality, not the other way around. To assume the feeling is also to engage the power of expectancy. This is not wishing or hoping. Those carry a vibration of lack. Expectancy is born from knowing. When you expect a letter in the mail because someone promised to send it, you might check the mailbox with anticipation, but you never doubt its arrival. You know it's yours, it's just in transit. This is the same attitude you adopt toward your desire. You expect it not because you are desperate, but because you have emotionally received it within. There is a difference between wanting and having. The one who wants is forever in pursuit. The one who simply awaits the physical arrival. Your job is to emotionally and mentally move from wanting to having. This is the core of assuming the feeling. Once you have truly become one with your desire and feeling, even inspired action becomes effortless. You are no longer forcing things into place. Ideas flow. You act naturally because your actions are a spontaneous outgrowth of your new identity. You say yes to opportunities that match your state. You say no to things that no longer align without guilt. You do not second-guess every step because you trust that your inner assumption is guiding you. You may find yourself compelled to learn a new skill, visit a new place, connect with certain people. Follow these nudges, for they are not random impulses. They are instructions from your new felt reality. As you obey them without anxiety, you accelerate your manifestation. Life becomes a dance rather than a struggle. You move with rhythm rather than resistance. But ultimately, assuming the feeling of already having your desire is not just a technique, it is a way of life. It calls you to be vigilant about how you feel throughout the day, to become discerning about what emotions you entertain. No longer do you allow anxiety, anger, or unworthiness to grip you for long periods, because you understand those states create worlds you do not wish to live in. You choose instead to abide in the frequency of your fulfilled desire. You choose to love, to trust, to celebrate in advance. You choose to carry an atmosphere around you that matches the life you have claimed. And because you are faithful inwardly, life is faithful outwardly. What you once desired eventually becomes ordinary, and from that new ordinary you imagine and feel yet greater things. Creation becomes your perpetual state. Rather than chasing life, you allow life to unfold as a mirror of your sustained inner feeling. In this way you discover your true power, that nothing is denied to the one who dares to feel from the end and live from that feeling until the universe has no choice but to yield. To persist in your inner vision despite outer appearances is to practice the highest form of faith. It is to stand firmly in the truth of what you have chosen to believe, even when every visible piece of evidence seems to contradict it. This persistence is not fueled by stubborn force, but by spiritual understanding. You know that the outer world you experience is nothing more than the reflection of past thoughts, past emotions, and past assumptions. Therefore, you are not swayed by what is currently happening around you. You recognize it as an echo, not a prophecy. You focus instead on the new reality you are creating through your inner conviction. You decide again and again to believe not in what your eyes show you, but in what your imagination has already claimed. You understand that persistence is the bridge between the invisible and the visible. Without it, even the most powerful assumption cannot take root and bear fruit. At first, this kind of persistence challenges everything you've been taught. You have grown up in a world that tells you to be realistic, to trust only what you can see, hear, touch, and measure. You have been conditioned to seek validation from the outside before you dare to believe in something new. As a result, you may have spent much of your life reacting emotionally to circumstances, allowing them to dictate whether you feel hopeful or defeated. Now, however, you are stepping into a different way of living. You are learning to generate your reality from within, to evoke the feeling of your fulfilled desire regardless of what the senses register. To persist in inner vision means you continue walking in the end state of your desire, even when the outer world seems unmoved. You refuse to abandon your inner image. You hold fast to it with gentle certainty. You return to it in thought, in feeling, in conversation with yourself, and everything you do is done from that state of being. This persistence is not a frantic clinging, but a quiet knowing. You no longer allow delays or detours to make you doubt the inevitability of your manifestation. You understand timing is a mysterious yet perfect orchestration that often involves the rearrangement of countless details behind the scenes. What looks like nothing happening is often the precise moment when everything is being aligned for your good. It is during these moments, when appearances mock your desire, that persistence becomes most potent. Instead of slipping back into old beliefs, you reaffirm your inner world even more deeply. You can whisper to yourself, "I already am what I desire to be." You can revisit your visions, rehearse your scenes, feel your joy, and continue to carry yourself with the posture of victory. This persistence eventually bends physical reality. Life must conform to the pattern you hold within with unwavering conviction. One of the great secrets to persistence is the understanding that emotions are not final truths, they are reactions. When something discouraging appears, you may feel disappointed or fearful. Rather than letting those emotions shift your belief, you acknowledge them briefly and gently guide your focus back to your inner vision. Again and again you return to your chosen state. Over time you become emotionally resilient. You no longer fall apart when something goes wrong or when your desire seems distant. You remain anchored. This emotional mastery is what sets deliberate creators apart from those who live by chance. You choose your dominant state of being, instead of letting the day's events choose it for you. This creates a consistency of vibration that ultimately forces the outer world to mirror your inner conviction. The law cannot be broken as within, so without persistence ensures the within remains strong, long enough for the without to reflect it. Some people give up too soon. They imagine their desire once or twice, feel it for a moment, and then when nothing changes immediately, they decide it doesn't work. They revert to their habitual state of worry or defeat. Thus they create more of what they do not want. Others, however, recognize that persistence in inner vision is not about creating magic. It is about aligning with an unbreakable spiritual law. They refuse to be impatient. They treat every outer challenge as a test of faith, an opportunity to strengthen their inner muscles of belief. They keep showing up each day in consciousness as the version of themselves who is already living their desire. They talk as that person. They move as that person. They expect as that person. Eventually reality yields. What once was invisible becomes undeniable, and those who witness it from the outside call it a miracle. Only the persistent one knows it was the predictable outcome of unwavering inner alignment. Often persistence requires you to distance yourself from people or environments drenched in doubt. You might need to protect your vision from those who cannot see it. You are not judging them, you are simply guarding the garden of your mind. If someone constantly tells you that your dream is impossible or tries to make you conform to their limited worldview, their influence can weaken your persistence. Therefore, you lovingly but firmly choose to limit your exposure. You spend more time in solitude, more time in prayer or meditation, more time imagining your fulfilled desire. You fill your ears with affirmations, your heart with gratitude, and your mind with images of success. You do whatever it takes to keep your inner vision stronger than any outer noise. This commitment is not always easy, but it is always worth it, because your reality eventually reflects not what others believe, but what you steadfastly believe about yourself. Persistence also means refusing to be swayed by temporary failures or setbacks. Perhaps you launch a project and it does not succeed. Perhaps you pursue a relationship and it fizzles. These outcomes do not mean your inner vision is false. They simply represent old momentum, old beliefs playing themselves out. You do not give up on your desire. Instead, you double down on your inner work. You go back inside, into that sacred space where you are already victorious. You remind yourself of who you are. You revise your mindset. You reaffirm your feeling, and then you continue forward in inspired action. You learn from setbacks without being defined by them. Every so-called failure becomes fertilizer for your dream. Persistence transforms what others call losses into stepping stones toward inevitable triumph. You are not at the mercy of your current circumstances. You are not defined by what has happened to you, what was said about you, or even what you have believed about yourself in the past. In truth, you are shaped and molded by the assumptions you consistently hold about who you are and what is possible for you. The assumptions you carry are not just passing thoughts, they are living, breathing forces that direct the course of your life. They are invisible blueprints that the world around you rushes to fill in, moment by moment. Whether you know it or not, you are assuming something every minute of every day. You are assuming your worthiness or unworthiness. You are assuming your ability or inability. You are assuming your abundance or lack, love or rejection, health or disease. And life, without fail, bends itself to reflect the dominant assumptions you hold within. These assumptions are quiet, often unnoticed, because they feel so normal. You assume things based on past experience, on childhood programming, on cultural messaging. You assume things because they were repeated to you so often that you forgot to question them. And yet, these silent assumptions are what determine what you allow into your life and what you unconsciously reject. That is why transformation must begin with assumption. Not the assumption others have placed on you, but the new assumption you choose to hold. You must dare to assume the best about yourself. You must dare to assume that your desire is not only possible but already yours. You must dare to assume that the unseen is more real than the seen, and that by holding a new inner state, the world will conform to your belief. The process of assumption is not about pretending. It is not about faking positivity or forcing a smile while feeling defeated inside. It is about stepping into a new identity and living from it as though it were already true. When you assume a new state, you are not trying to become something, you are accepting that you already are. This acceptance is powerful. It shifts your energy. It shifts the way you move, the way you speak, the way you react. It changes your posture and your decisions. You begin to carry yourself with the weight and dignity of one who has already arrived. Even if nothing has changed on the outside, your vibration shifts, and that vibration goes before you, calling into form the very people, opportunities, and situations that match your inner belief. To assume something new is to deliberately abandon the old. It is to stop repeating the story of why you can't, why it hasn't happened yet, or why others are more deserving. It is to release the inner dialogue of delay, disappointment, and defeat. The mind may protest, it may scream for evidence, it may attempt to pull you back into the comfort of your familiar assumptions. But your job is not to argue with the mind. Your job is to choose again. You say within yourself, I am now the one I have longed to become. I am now living the life I once waited for. You say it not to convince the world, but to anchor yourself. You say it until it becomes natural. You say it until the feeling of being that person becomes more familiar than the feeling of being who you were. This shift does not require external permission. No one needs to agree with your new assumption. In fact, many will not understand it. They may still see you as who you used to be. That is not your concern. You are not responsible for how others perceive you. You are responsible for the energy you carry and the assumptions you live from. As you embody the new state consistently, you will begin to notice small shifts. The way people respond to you changes. The opportunities you attract feel different. The results you see start to reflect your new inner standard. It happens gradually at first, and then all at once. Because when you persist in an assumption, the subconscious mind adopts it as truth, and once it does, your world must change. This is not fantasy. It is law. The assumption you hold, with feeling and repetition, is the seed from which your experiences grow. If you have assumed hardship, life becomes a series of struggles. If you assume rejection, even love feels distant. But if you assume success, even your failures become stepping stones. If you assume abundance, even your current lack begins to shift. The difference is not in the outer world, it is in the energy and belief you emit. You become magnetic to the version of life that matches your inner world. And the most powerful part is that you do not need to wait to make this shift. You can begin right now with the breath you're taking. You can say to yourself, I no longer live as the version of me who doubts. I now live from the truth that all is well, all is mine, all is working for me. You may wonder how long it will take for your assumption to manifest. But the question is not how long. It is how deeply you believe. Time is not the enemy. Doubt is. Delay happens not because your desire is far away, but because you have not yet fully assumed its reality within. The moment you believe without question, the moment you step into the knowing that it is already done, the bridge of events begins to unfold. The how, the who, the where. These are not your concern. Life is infinitely intelligent. It knows how to orchestrate the outcome. Your only task is to persist in the assumption. You rehearse it in your mind, you feel it in your body, you anchor it in your heart, and as you do, life shifts around you to match the inner truth you've claimed. Sometimes the assumption will feel unnatural at first. You've lived from the old state for so long that the new feels foreign. But repetition is your ally. Just as you once learned to assume lack, you can now train yourself to assume abundance. Just as you learned to expect disappointment, you can now condition yourself to expect favor. Your mind is not your master. It is your tool, and you can teach it to think differently. You start small. You begin with a phrase, a feeling, a mental picture. You repeat it when you wake throughout the day, and as you sleep, you make it your inner atmosphere. Soon it becomes your natural state. And when that shift happens, when your new assumption feels like home, you will see the evidence in the world around you. There will be temptations to revert. You may face moments where the old story knocks on your door, but you no longer have to answer. You now have authority over your inner world. You do not entertain doubt, fear, or negativity out of habit. You become vigilant. You watch your thoughts, not in fear, but in awareness. You notice when the old assumption tries to sneak back in, and you gently correct it. You say, no, I do not live there anymore. That is not my truth. And you return to your chosen state. This is the spiritual practice of assumption. It is not about perfection. It is about commitment. You commit to your inner vision even when it wavers. You recommit every time you fall. And through this repetition, your new self is born. The greatest transformations happen quietly, invisibly within. They are not announced with fireworks. They are forged in silent moments of decision. When you assume a new identity, when you choose to walk as the version of yourself who already has what they desire, you are no longer seeking change. You are embodying it. The outer world has no choice but to follow. This is why assumption is power. It puts the pen back in your hand. It gives you authorship. You stop reacting to life and start creating it. You speak from the end, you act from the end, you love from the end, and the end you have assumed becomes the beginning of everything new. No one can do this for you. Others may encourage or inspire you, but assumption is an inward act. It must be yours. You must choose it daily, moment by moment, until it becomes your natural way of being. This is the work. This is the art. And when you live from assumption, when you feel the truth of your desire so deeply that it becomes part of your identity, you no longer ask whether it will come. You know it's already done. You walk in peace. You carry joy. You radiate the energy of someone who lacks nothing. And from that energy, everything begins to unfold. Not by force, but by law. Not by effort, but by alignment. Not by chance, but by certainty. There is a power within you that responds not to effort or striving, but to surrender. It is not by forcing, pushing, or manipulating that transformation occurs, but by yielding to a deeper current within your being, a current that knows how to guide you to your desire in perfect timing and with effortless precision. The world teaches that success comes through stress, that love must be chased, that peace must be earned. But in the quiet chambers of the spirit, another truth reveals itself. What you are seeking is also seeking you. And the fastest way to receive it is to allow. Allowing is not passive. It is a dynamic, deliberate act of trust. It is the bold decision to release resistance, stop trying to control every detail, and open yourself fully to the unfolding of what you have already accepted in consciousness. When you allow, rather than force, you step into the rhythm of divine timing. You understand that the unseen world is always working behind the scenes, orchestrating events in your favor. You do not plant a seed and then dig it up every day to check on its progress. You trust that once the seed is planted, nature will take its course. In the same way, once you have imagined your desire, felt it as real, and assumed it to be yours, your role shifts from making it happen to allowing it to happen. You maintain your state. You water the seed through gratitude, confidence, and expectancy. You keep your energy in alignment with what you've claimed. You do not rush. You do not beg. You rest in the knowing that what you've set in motion must come to pass. Not because you demanded it, but because you allowed it. To allow is to recognize that there is nothing you need to do to earn your manifestation. You do not need to prove your worthiness. You do not need to strive to be good enough. Your desire was placed in your heart because it was meant for you. It matches the frequency of your soul. When you feel yourself trying too hard, manipulating, chasing outcomes, or growing anxious about time, that is your signal to pause and return to alignment. You remember, I already have it. I already am it. The more I rest in that knowing, the more effortlessly life will reflect it back to me. Forcing implies lack, while allowing affirms fulfillment. One says, it's not here yet and I must do something to get it. The other says, it's already mine and I'm letting it unfold. The energy you carry determines what shows up. Many have been conditioned to equate action with control. They believe that unless they are doing something at every moment, they are falling behind. But allowing is not about doing nothing. It is about inspired action. It is about listening for the inner prompting that comes from a place of peace, not panic. When you allow, you become sensitive to subtle guidance. You may receive an urge to call someone, take a different route, explore a new idea, or rest and recharge. These actions do not arise from fear or desperation. They come from inner harmony. You are not chasing outcomes. You are responding to your intuition. This kind of action is powerful because it is aligned. It moves you swiftly and surely toward what you have already accepted in consciousness. To allow, you must release control. Not in the sense of giving up your power, but in the sense of surrendering your attachment to how and when things must happen. You recognize that the deeper wisdom within you knows far better than your conscious mind how to orchestrate your journey. You do not have to figure it all out. You do not need a 5-step plan. You need only to stay faithful to the inner state. When your mind tries to calculate, micromanage, or panic about the details, you gently return to trust. You breathe. You quiet your thoughts. You say to yourself, all is unfolding perfectly. I don't need to push. I only need to stay open and allow. And in that moment, resistance drops. The flow returns. Miracles slip through the cracks you created by letting go. Allowing also means you stop trying to change or control others. You release the need to convince, to force, to make someone see your worth, or to get someone to act a certain way. You stop obsessing over what they think, how they feel, or whether they will support you. You understand that your reality is created from within, not from others' responses. When you allow, you return your focus to the only place where true transformation happens, your own state of being. You assume the feeling of already being loved, respected, supported, and seen. You walk in that state, and from it, you magnetize relationships and circumstances that reflect your new assumption. You no longer need to change others because you've changed the energy that called them into your life. And in many cases, they shift naturally in response, not because you forced them to, but because you allowed your vibration to do the work. Allowing brings relief. It dissolves pressure. It clears the mental clutter that clouds your intuition. You begin to feel lighter, more present, more joyful. Not because your desire has shown up, but because you've stopped resisting its arrival. You understand that your work is not to create the desire, but to accept it. Acceptance creates the emotional atmosphere for receiving. When you accept something as already true within, you stop the internal war. You end the struggle against what is. You relax into your higher identity. You begin to enjoy life now, even as your desire is still invisible. And in doing so, you collapse the waiting. Time bends to your alignment. Life delivers more quickly to those who are not trying to hurry it. You may encounter moments where it feels like nothing is happening. You visualized, affirmed, felt, and assumed, and still the outer world looks unchanged. In these moments, the temptation is to go back to striving. But if you resist that urge and instead double down on allowing, something remarkable happens. You discover that your peace is no longer dependent on conditions. You are no longer living in reaction to appearances. You have become the still point in the center of the storm, and that stillness carries immense power. From that calm state of allowing, you begin to notice synchronicities, subtle shifts, small signs, a conversation, a new idea, an opportunity you weren't expecting. These are whispers from the universe saying, keep going, it's working. Stay in the flow. Stay in the flow. Another dimension of allowing is forgiveness. When you carry resentment, shame, guilt, or blame, you block the flow of energy. Your desire cannot find its way to you through walls of bitterness. But when you release, when you forgive, not for their sake but for your freedom, you open the channel again. You allow love to return. You allow abundance to flow. You allow healing to happen. Forgiveness is not about pretending nothing happened. It is about choosing your peace over your pain. It is about declaring, I will no longer delay my good by holding on to the past. In forgiveness, you make space for miracles. Allowing also means letting go of the version of yourself who lived in fear. You allow that version to die, not with anger, but with compassion. You say goodbye to the self who felt unworthy, who tried to prove, who chased after validation. That self did the best it could with what it knew. But now you are allowing a higher version of you to emerge, one who walks in power, grace, and trust. This emergence is not dramatic. It is quiet. It is internal. You wake up one day and realize, I am no longer who I used to be. I am not reacting like I once did. I am not pushing like I once did. I am allowing life to meet me where I am. And where I am is aligned. You become magnetic. People feel the shift in you even if they can't name it. Your presence becomes peaceful. You become less reactive, more creative. You notice beauty in ordinary things. You are not obsessed with outcomes because you know they are already settled. This energy is irresistible. The more you allow, the more doors open. The more you relax into the frequency of already having it, the more it arrives. This is the paradox of allowing. The less you try to force, the more you receive. Letting go of force is not weakness. It is wisdom. It is knowing that your power lies not in pushing, but in aligning. When you are aligned, meaning when your thoughts, feelings, and assumptions are in harmony with your desire, everything becomes easier. Decisions are clearer. Timing is better. Resources appear. You move through life as one who is supported. And you are. The universe, God, Source, whatever you call it, is not withholding anything from you. It is waiting for you to get out of the way. Allowing is how you get out of the way. And so, each day you check in with yourself. Am I striving or allowing? Am I forcing or flowing? Am I resisting or receiving? When you notice tension, you pause, you breathe, you soften, you return to the feeling of already having it. You remind yourself it's already done. I don't need to rush. I don't need to struggle. I am safe to receive. From that place you live. You love, you move, and you manifest, not by effort, but by allowing. Your greatest breakthroughs often arrive through the quiet inner decision to stop waiting and start becoming. Instead of standing outside your dream with longing, you walk into it by faith and carry yourself as the person who has already received it. That internal shift, a change in your self-concept, is what opens doors that were once invisible. You are not waiting for something to happen so you can feel worthy, abundant, healed, loved, or powerful. You decide that you are already all of those things, and from that decision, the outer world begins to mirror what you've accepted as true within. The life you live is a reflection of who you believe yourself to be. When you see yourself differently, you think differently. When you think differently, you feel differently. When you feel differently, you act differently. And when you act differently, everything changes. But that transformation does not begin in action. It begins in identity. Most people spend their lives trying to achieve something so they can finally become someone. But the real secret is that you must become first internally. When you assume a new self-image, the world reshapes itself around your new identity. Life doesn't respond to what you say you want. It responds to who you are being. That is why embodying your breakthrough now before it shows up is so powerful. If you want abundance, you must begin to see yourself as abundant in thought, language, emotion, and behavior. If you want healing, you must stop identifying with illness and begin identifying with wellness. If you want love, you must stop seeing yourself as someone waiting to be chosen and start seeing yourself as someone already chosen, already enough. You must wear the energy of your fulfilled desire like a garment until it becomes second nature. There is no power in waiting. Waiting is a signal to the subconscious mind that you are separate from your desire. And because the subconscious creates based on assumption, it continues to reproduce that feeling of separation in your outer world. The more you wait, the more reasons life gives you to keep waiting. But when you close that gap, when you declare within yourself, I am already that, you collapse time. The universe no longer sees a future possibility, it sees a present reality, and it begins arranging everything to reflect what you now believe. This is not delusion, it's spiritual alignment. And spiritual alignment has more power than any action taken from a place of fear or lack. When you align with the version of yourself who already lives in your desired state, you don't have to beg for your breakthrough. You become the breakthrough. This change begins in imagination. You must see yourself differently, not once but repeatedly, until that new self-image overrides the old one. You close your eyes and picture yourself walking through life with confidence, joy, certainty, and freedom. You imagine how you would speak, move, dress, and feel. You imagine how people would respond to you. And you begin to carry that energy in the present moment, not as performance, but as a shift in being. You stop talking like someone who's unsure. You stop acting like someone who's stuck. You stop thinking like someone who's waiting for a miracle. Instead, you become the miracle. You carry the posture of fulfillment. And fulfillment responds to that frequency. Of course, the old self will resist. You've been that version of yourself for so long, defined by past failures, traumas, and patterns, that the idea of stepping into something new may feel unnatural. The mind will bring up evidence to prove why you can't change. It will whisper doubts. It will remind you of what didn't work before. But this is where the real work begins. You are not your past. You are not your mistakes. You are not your environment. You are consciousness choosing a new form, a new frequency, a new reality. And every time you choose to embody that new version of you, even when the evidence hasn't caught up, you are rewriting the code of your life. You are telling your subconscious, this is who I am now, and your subconscious obeys. This embodiment is not about faking confidence or pretending to have answers. It's about stepping into truth. You are already whole. You are already enough. Your desire is not outside of you. It is part of you seeking expression through you. And when you allow yourself to feel worthy of that desire now, not later, not someday, but now, you make space for it to manifest. You no longer sabotage opportunities because you believe you're unworthy. You no longer push things away out of fear of failure. You stop chasing what you think you lack and start attracting what you already carry. You don't need to be fixed. You need to be remembered, to remember who you were before the world told you who you weren't. When you embody your breakthrough now, you begin to attract differently. People sense your energy before they understand your words. Circumstances begin to shift because you are no longer sending out signals of desperation or scarcity. You are no longer making decisions from fear. You become stable in your frequency. You don't need to explain or defend your dream to anyone. You walk in your inner truth. You show up for your vision with discipline and love. You speak words of faith and expectation, not doubt and delay. And because you have changed the vibration of who you are, the vibration of your life changes. This embodiment also means preparing yourself for what you say you want. If you're asking for wealth, are you managing what you have with gratitude and intention? If you're asking for a relationship, are you loving yourself in a way that reflects the kind of love you want to receive? If you're asking for a platform or influence, are you refining your voice, your message, your integrity? The new version of you doesn't wait until the thing arrives to become ready. You live as if it's already yours, because on a spiritual level it is. When you prepare in faith, you accelerate the unfolding. Life meets you at your level of preparation. You also begin to say no to what doesn't match your new identity. You stop entertaining situations, conversations, and habits that are rooted in the old version of you. You no longer tolerate energies that shrink you, drain you, or distract you from the truth you've claimed. This kind of alignment creates clarity. It draws new people into your life who reflect your elevated self-concept. It removes the confusion that comes from trying to be two people at once, the one who doubts and the one who believes. You choose belief, you choose vision. You choose to embody the version of yourself who has already received. and that choice ripples outward into every area of your life. The journey of embodiment is not always linear. Some days you'll feel deeply connected to your new self. Other days the old identity will try to creep back in. But the power lies in consistency. You do not need to feel perfect. You do not need to have it all figured out. You simply return again and again to the state of being you've chosen. You remind yourself, I am already her. I am already him. I am already there. You speak to yourself with love and authority. You re-anchor yourself in the energy of completion. You celebrate even small signs of alignment. You stop judging the process. You trust it. And that trust becomes your new foundation. You begin to expect things to go well for you. Not out of arrogance, but out of alignment. You expect divine appointments, unexpected breakthroughs, and gentle confirmations. You expect favor, guidance, and wisdom. And you are no longer surprised when they arrive. Because when you live from the end, the middle no longer scares you. You're no longer checking every hour to see if your manifestation is here. You're too busy being the person who already has it. That is embodiment. This is what it means to live from vision, not from memory. Memory keeps you in cycles. Vision sets you free. Your vision must be more dominant than your history. The image you hold of your future self must outshine the echoes of your past. You must prioritize where you're going over where you've been. That means speaking the language of victory, carrying the energy of arrival, and trusting the unfolding even when the path is unclear. When you embody your breakthrough now, you collapse time, override logic, and open yourself to a level of manifestation that feels supernatural, because you've accessed a deeper reality. You are not becoming something new. You are remembering what's already within you. You are reclaiming the identity that aligns with your deepest truth. You are walking through life as someone who knows their value, owns their desire, and honors their journey. And because you have changed who you are being, what you are seeing will inevitably follow. The world can't help but reflect your embodiment, not because you begged for it, but because you became it. The moment you begin to live from within is the moment your life begins to unfold with divine intelligence. When you shift your attention from the noise of the world to the stillness of your own inner sanctuary, you awaken a power that has always been present but long ignored. It is not the outer world that defines you, it is the inner world that projects outward. Your outer life is nothing more than a mirror, reflecting the quality of your inner conversations, your emotional tone, your assumptions, and your self-concept. The key to transformation, then, is not to chase things in the world, but to go inward and become the person who naturally attracts those things by the very nature of their being. The noise around you will always be loud. The voices of fear, doubt, pressure, comparison, and competition will clamor for your attention. The world will try to convince you that you must hustle, push, strive, and compete for your worth. It will tell you that your value lies in your results, your performance, your appearance, your approval from others. But the inner voice, the voice of your spirit, does not shout. It whispers. It calls you inward, not to withdraw from life, but to remember who you are before the world taught you to forget. When you live from within, you stop looking to the world to give you permission to believe. You become your own source. You anchor yourself in truth, and from that truth everything external must align. To live from within is to create from a state of being, not doing. It means you no longer react to circumstances. You respond from inner alignment. It means you no longer beg for change. You become the change. You do not wait for things to feel safe before you feel secure. You feel secure first, and then life reflects it. You do not wait for validation before you feel worthy. You feel worthy now, and then validation becomes irrelevant. You do not wait for a relationship to feel loved. You feel love now, and then relationships flow naturally. Everything you want is already within you. The joy, the peace, the clarity, the strength, the abundance, the love. They are all aspects of your inner world, waiting to be acknowledged and embodied. The great error of humanity is that we have been taught to reverse this order. We look to the outer world to tell us how to feel, what to believe, and who we are. But this backward approach keeps us in cycles of lack and longing. We become addicted to results and outcomes. We live in emotional reaction to every delay, disappointment, or challenge. We let the five senses be the final authority. rather than recognizing that they only report what has already been accepted within. The senses can only reflect what the spirit has already sown. If you want to change the fruit, you must go to the root, and the root is always within. Living from within means cultivating stillness. It means making time each day to close your eyes, breathe deeply, and reconnect with your core. It means turning down the volume of external input, social media, news, other people's opinions, and tuning into your own intuition. In that stillness, you listen not just for answers, but for alignment. You ask yourself, who am I being right now? What am I assuming? What vibration am I living in? What inner reality am I offering to the world? These are the real questions. And the answers will not always come in words. They will come in feeling, a sense of peace, a knowing, a gentle course correction. Living from within is not about having all the answers. It's about being connected to the source of answers, moment by moment. And when you live from within, you become emotionally sovereign. You no longer hand over your peace to outer events. You stop blaming people, circumstances, or timing. You no longer say, I'll be happy when, because you realize the when will always be a moving target. Instead, you choose to embody the feeling of your desired reality now. You generate the vibration of fulfillment in this moment. And because the outer world is simply an echo of your inner state, it must eventually reflect what you've chosen to feel. This is not superstition. It is spiritual law, as within, so without. But make no mistake, this is not always easy. The pull of the external world is strong. It will tempt you to doubt your vision, to measure your progress with your eyes instead of your spirit. You will be tested. You will be given opportunities to slip back into old reactions. But each time you choose to return inward to the truth of your being, you become stronger. Your inner world becomes more stable, more consistent, more magnetic. And soon you will find that the outer world starts to reflect your inner truth with increasing speed and clarity. Living from within also requires radical self-honesty. You must be willing to confront the stories you've believed, the patterns you've repeated, and the limitations you've inherited. Not to shame yourself, but to free yourself. You must look at the beliefs that have shaped your life and ask, do these serve me anymore? And if they do not, you must have the courage to choose differently. That choice happens within. No one else can make it for you. No one else can live in your consciousness. You alone are responsible for your vibration. You alone must decide what kind of inner environment you will carry through the world. Will it be one of fear, doubt, and scarcity? Or will it be one of love, power, and abundance? As you choose to live from within, you become less reactive and more creative. You stop trying to fix the world and start revealing the world you carry inside. You become an embodiment of peace in a chaotic environment. You become a light in places of confusion. You become a solution where others see only problems. Not because you're trying to impress or perform, but because your inner world has become so rich, so whole, so alive with truth that it spills over into every interaction. Your life becomes a testimony to what happens when a person decides to live from spirit instead of circumstance. And the beauty is, you begin to enjoy life more deeply. You no longer live in constant tension, waiting for the next achievement to make you feel good enough. You no longer postpone your joy until conditions improve. You feel deeply, live freely, and love boldly, because your fulfillment is not held hostage by the outer world. It is rooted in something eternal, something unshakable. You realize that the more you live from within, the less you need to prove anything. Your presence speaks for itself. Your energy does the heavy lifting. You don't have to hustle for what is already yours. You simply have to be in agreement with it. Living from within also means understanding that the journey is the destination. You no longer strive to get there, because you recognize that there is already here in seed form. You cultivate it now. You nurture it now. You become it now. And as you do, life unfolds with grace. You meet people who are aligned with your vibration. You walk into opportunities without strain. You experience breakthroughs not because you chased them, but because you became the version of yourself who naturally attracts them. That's what happens when you live from the inside out. In time, your life becomes a living manifestation of the truth you've accepted within. The delays dissolve. The doubts fall away. The striving ceases. What once felt far becomes familiar. What once seemed impossible becomes inevitable. You wake up one day and realize that everything you once desired is now simply a reflection of who you've become. And you didn't force it. You allowed it. You aligned with it. You embodied it. You embodied it because you lived from within. This is the path of true transformation, not outer hustle, but inner mastery. The world may tell you that change comes through force, performance, and control. But real lasting change begins the moment you return to your inner world and decide to create from the inside out. That's where your power lives. That's where your destiny is shaped. That's where your future begins. Not somewhere far away, but right here within you. And when you make the courageous decision to live from within, your breakthrough is no longer a distant dream. It is your daily reality expressed through every thought you think, every word you speak, and every moment you choose to embody the truth. I am already everything I've ever sought.